What's up, chat? I have returned for day 153 of Vodcoin app until I make $1 million. How's everybody doing? Today's gonna be a good one. What's up, everybody? We are back. Let's see here. Check out the goals on the list today. Got a 5-hour stream. We're gonna ship an update to BridgeBench today. We got some BridgeSpace browser support that's gonna get dropped in. But we are gonna be cooking today, so welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys are all grinding. Today we are going to make progress. Let me pull up the chat here and let's get into it. Let's go, chat. All right, hold on. All right, let's turn the music down. And let's get into it. All right. Let's turn the music down a little bit. Let's get the chill music on, and I want to talk a little bit about what we're gonna be doing today. And what's up? Say what's up to the chat. How's everybody going? Python, what's up? Drax, what's up? What's up, everybody? Super Combo, what's up? DSAT Drew, what's up? Maik, what's up? How's it going, everybody? Good to be back. Good to see you guys. But today, let me get the chill music on, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing today. The first goal on the list today is we're just going to extend the TTL for the auth bug. We're still getting this persistent auth refresh bug in production for BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice. We've had that on the list literally now. This is the third day, and we're still struggling with it. So it's just a very persistent bug. But I do want to note that at 300 likes, the cold plunge is back. I don't know the last time we did a cold plunge. It's been a minute, but I have everything set up. Right now it's cooling down to a very chill 40 degrees. So it's going to be a good one, chat. Let me pull back up the chat and we'll get into it. All right, I can see the chat now. But yeah, so some people are asking about the setup. So we did get a new setup. I've got a lot to show you guys. So I was doing some work last night. Did Claude Code get an update, by the way? Do you guys see the update here? They like simplified it. Do you guys see it's literally just like a block terminal now? And they literally removed like well, what even was it? They removed like the Claude Code guy. I don't know what's up with that. But let's see here. Let me pull up the chat. For some reason, it's not showing. Let me pull this up. Refresh. Okay. All right. Hey, Sean, what's up? How's it going? All right, let's get the treadmill going. Let's get this going. Okay, we're gonna do 1.2 miles to start off the day on the walking treadmill here. And we're going to make some forward progress right off the bat here. 2.2.8, yeah, 2.2.8 is pretty good for BridgeSpace. One thing that we're also going to be doing is the browser tool. Let's check out the browser. So now in BridgeSpace, we have integrated browser use. So if you guys are wondering what it is that we're working on, check this out. So browser use down here, let's actually split it here. So browser use, I can now go to, let's just go to bridgemind.ai here. And you guys get to see this. So bridgemind.ai, loading native browser. Hold on, is this, okay, there we go. Now I can see the chat. Yeah, so it looks like there was, all right, loading native browser. Is this gonna load or is this, do we break something with this? So this is on the list for today. I haven't really gone to this and looked at it. EJK, what's up? How's it going? David, how's it going, everybody? But today, guys, it's all about momentum. You know, I have momentum written up on the board today because, hey, here's the thing. You have to be willing to show up every single day and make forward progress if you want to succeed. It doesn't matter how you're feeling or where you're at. You just have to wake up and you have to give it your best. You have to give it your all. And if you stay to that, if you stay true to that, you will succeed. So that's what we're doing. That's what the BridgeMind community is all about, showing up every single day and grinding. So let's make forward progress today. We've got some issues that we're going to cover. They did a massive update. Okay, so Super Combo just dropped this in. So apparently Claude Code did get a massive update. Let's see this here. So Super Combo just dropped in the changelog for Claude here. I do want to pull this up. All right, so changelog. So changelog on GitHub. So 2.1.83. This is what was released today. So changelog 2.1.83. Look at all the changes. Wow. Okay. Yeah, they had. Whoa. Look at all these updates. That's massive. Wow. So yeah, so that was a big update. 2.1.83 is huge. So this is Claude Code. So a couple people were reporting that they were running into some issues this morning. I'm sure that's related to this update, but yeah. Wow, okay. So this is their change log. A lot of updates got shipped out. What was that, this morning? Yeah, this morning it looks like. So lots of updates that we're gonna be able to test out today in Claude Code. Adam, what's up? How's it going? Fahis said, is Claude down? No, it's working great for me. What's the plan for today? So today, we're gonna take a look at this auth bug. The auth bug is definitely like the most persistent bug, and I think the first thing that we need to do is I'm at the point where it's time to just extend the TTL. We can't continue to have the sessions get unauthenticated every hour. It's just like a annoying bug. It's one that we've been dealing with for like a couple days now. You know, it's just frustrating. I think honestly, it does kind of show the limitations of the existing models that we do have. You know, obviously, I'm a pretty big AI enthusiast, right? But at the end of the day, the models that we have now in a couple years are going to be like legacy dinosaurs, right? And I think sometimes we do see it where, hey, I've been dealing with this auth bug, and it's my third day of throwing, you know, Claude Code at it, Codex at it, all of these different AI models, and we still haven't fixed it, right? And that's a problem. And I'm getting tired of it, and it really is frustrating because it's like, hey, at the end of the day, the models that we have are very limited. They're not very good. They've definitely gotten better. Certainly, they've gotten better. But at the end of the day, they still need a significant improvement. So here's BridgeVoice. So if you guys are unaware of what we're working on, so we're building a suite of vibe coding tools. Yesterday, we got started on Bridge Code. We launched a swarm of 50 agents to help us build out the structure of a CLI coding agent, okay, called Bridge Code. And that's one product that we're going to add into our suite of vibe coding tools for BridgeMine Pro in April, okay? So we built out the scaffolding with a bridge swarm, and what we're now going to do is we're actually going to throw another bridge swarm at this, okay? So we're gonna do a team, and I will say I was very impressed yesterday by the swarms. We did a legion, we did 50 agents in this swarm. We don't need 50 agents in a swarm. I think that that's a little bit excessive. Like, to some extent, I think that we can probably remove the 50 because I don't think that unless you have literally like a 512 gigabyte machine and, you know, a few Claude 20x plans, nobody's really gonna be using these legions. I think we can remove that, but I will say a team of 10 Claude agents with 2 coordinators, 5 builders, 2 scouts, and 1 reviewer, this actually is very useful, okay? And what we can do here is we can go next and we can now give the swarm a mission. So I'm gonna give you guys a quick example of how I use this because at the end of the day, it actually is pretty useful. So I'm gonna go over to Claude here, and what we wanna do is I'm gonna drop in bridge. It's literally, we just call that bridge legion, okay? What we're gonna do is we're gonna drop this in, okay? So bridge legion. I need you to do an in-depth review of this project. Right now, it is not complete. We were working on it yesterday, but we kind of left it without it being complete. For example, it is not actually a complete CLI coding agent. It doesn't work. I wanted you to reference Open Code, Codex, and the Klein open source projects for reference and inspiration for this project. Right now, we've built out the initial scaffolding, but it's very early on in the build out of this, and I need to launch a swarm of 10 coding agents to significantly take this to the next level so that it's actually a working CLI coding agent. You need to review this, and you need to be the one that writes off the mission prompt to the bridge swarm. Okay, so we're gonna drop this off. So 50 agents to fix a bug. What actual step-by-step debugger? So no, it's not to fix a bug. Yesterday we threw 50 agents at building out the initial scaffolding. So if we go to this, I think that bridge code is needed. You know, we're building out a suite of vibe coding tools, right? And one thing that's needed in that suite of vibe coding tools is you really do need a coding agent. Wow, this update is really interesting, guys. It's different for sure. The Claude Code update. Very interested in it. But what I want to do here is I do want to show you guys. So if I go to Bridge Legion, which is just, we were testing it. We literally built the initial scaffolding with a bridge swarm of 50 agents. It was insane. If you guys were on the stream yesterday, it was pretty impressive. I don't know what you guys in chat thought about with this. Anyone with 512 gigabytes of RAM has too much money at this point? Yeah. OX Mossy said just landed. What I missed? Not too much. We just got started. So let's let's go here and I'll just kind of show you. So bun run dev. So this is what we're dealing with right now. So it launches bridge code, and then this is bridge code, right? So bridge code right here, the initial scaffolding has been built out, but like this is very, very early on what you guys are seeing. It doesn't really work yet, right? Like we have a ton of work to do with this, but you can switch it to planner, reviewer, coder, right? There's 3 modes, but there's all sorts of stuff that we're gonna need to do for this. So let's actually open up open code here. And I do want it to take a look at the open code open source project for reference as to how it's actually connecting with all of these different providers, right? Like one really good thing about open code is that with open code, let's just launch open code and I'll kind of show you guys a quick example of what I'm thinking here. So let's launch open code here. And once we launch open code, like one great thing about open code is that I can connect with all the providers that I want, right? Open code is great. So you can literally connect with all of these different providers, Anthropic, open code Zen. There's a bunch of them. Like literally you can connect with Cerebrus, OpenRouter. Do you guys see all the support here? There's just massive amounts of support inside open code, and that's one of the reasons that open code is so good. And I would like to take a similar approach with bridge code, okay? Bridge code, I would like it to be that you can connect with all these different models. There's gonna be free models so that people, like for example, if you're able to launch free models and connect to free models, and then you're able to, you know, we'll have to create some sort of API for this, but I think that we have something here. We just have to build out the initial scaffolding today. One thing that I really like about open code is the ability to connect to all of the different providers. So in your mission prompt, make sure that we build in that scaffolding. Take a look at the UI of open code as well. I really like the UI of open code. Okay, so we're gonna have it create a mission prompt for our swarm. So when you launch a swarm, and this is in BridgeSpace now, this is in production. We had 70 signups yesterday. I actually released a discount code and people took advantage of it, I'll tell you what. So shout out to everybody that, you know, signed up and everything. But, you know, with this, I think that we're going to need to really just drop in a good swarm mission. And I will say, after yesterday, if you guys were watching the stream yesterday, I think that we're on to something here with BridgeSwarm. I will say, yesterday we launched a Legion, and a Legion is a little bit overkill, but the underlying mechanism, and you guys will see it here in a second, of agents that are communicating with one another that have these very particular goals where you have a scout, you have a reviewer, you have a builder, you have a coordinator, and they all have their own context windows. They all are Claude Code agents or Codex agents that are able to launch their own sub-agents or perform their own tasks, and they're all communicating and working with one another. This is a very interesting way, and I'm calling it swarm coding, okay? And I think that swarm coding in the future, as there's more models that are more capable, I think that this is definitely something that is going to be interesting. And this is very early on. What will be better with bridge code versus open code? There will be improvements, but I think that the first thing that we need to do is we need to just build out the initial scaffolding with it. Super Combo Gamer said, make a custom debug mode with extensive web searching and logging. That's a good idea. What model provider are you using for the speech to text in your workflow, by the way? So this is BridgeVoice, and with BridgeVoice, there's actually 2 different modes inside BridgeVoice. BridgeVoice is the only platform that's doing this. So with BridgeVoice, you have the option to choose between local or cloud, and there's a reason that I made it like this. So with local, it uses Metal, and on Macs, this thing is lightning fast. I'm talking like near immediate transcription times. Start an indoor walking workout. I'm gonna track this here so that we actually have some statistics. I was at the gym at 6 a.m. this morning. I've worked out already. So I put up 5 hours for today's stream, but we could go longer. It just depends on how I'm feeling. Why get BridgeMind instead opening multiple Claude Code sessions at a time? The thing is that with BridgeMind, it's an entire suite, right? So with BridgeMind Pro, you immediately have access to one of the best speech-to-text models and products on the market. You have access to an agent development environment. You're going to have access to an agent coding tool, and you have access to an agent-to-agent MCP, okay? And you're also going to get access to other things, but remember, we're only about, 45 days into the build out of all this, right? And we're already at 54,000 in ARR. And speaking of that, let me just show you guys real quick. Let's go over here so we can get this mission prompt. Yes, fetch the content. Let's pull up the Stripe dashboard real quick, and I'll show you guys where we're at today But in general, the way that I see it is that right now we're in a little bit of an AI winter, okay? There is, right now, the limitations are quite obvious to me with these new models, right? You have Opus 4.6, you have GPT 5.4, and I don't care what Jensen says, I don't think that we've achieved AGI. You know, his point, I think in that interview, who was it with? It was with Lex Friedman, right? Also, so here's the Stripe dashboard. Here you go, guys. So here's the Stripe dashboard. Here's what we're looking at. So right now, like I said yesterday, revenue growth is going to be a little bit slow for the next couple of days because I took last week off for the most part to be able to set up my new office, right? But now we have the new office and we're gearing up to get ready to go. But this is the current statistics. So MRR is at 4,500, ARR 54,000. And then really what's important is I do look at trials. So yesterday we had 30 new paid signups. So there's 30 people that are in the trial right now. So those will convert in like 2 days from now. So we'll see like revenue start to increase, but for the next couple of days, I think it's going to be down a little bit, but that's okay because we're in this for the long game. You know, I think that one thing that I want you guys to understand, one thing to take away from this community and from what we're doing is you just have to keep showing up every single day and making progress. You can't let the ups and downs of being in the arena get to you, right? The man in the arena, okay? It's not the critic that counts, but it's the man that shows up every single day and gives it his best. Because if you do that, that's the underlying thing that will make you successful, okay? Don't listen to the haters. I get so much hate and it really doesn't bother me. You know, it's like at the end of the day, you're showing up, you're giving it your best. What else is there to say? Super Comma said AI winner, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, that's what I'm calling it. The God Meow, good to see you, man. How's it going? So Dan said that they did, but they have it internally. Yeah. Okay, so this is the mission here. So let's see here. So mission prompt. Where is the prompt? So here is the prompt that it's giving. So let's actually just put this in its own workspace so that we can kind of have a better, so this is, look at this chat. So it's literally giving it the mission here. One thing though, this is actually the wrong approach. The swarm is able to pass off tasks. You don't need to be the one that passes off the tasks. Just give the swarm goals and the swarm will know what to do. But create a spec kit and a spec sheet for the swarm to take over with. Banfront, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, the Mac Minis got relegated to display pieces because pretty much OpenClaw is overhyped. OpenClaw, so the reason I got the Mac Minis in the first place was because I do believe that computer use is going to change quite a bit. Computer use is going to be huge in the world of AI. And it is coming. It's just that OpenClaw, I saw it with OpenClaw, I was like, okay, this is probably coming with OpenClaw, but it's not quite there yet. But that's why I bought the Mac Minis. But so far, the technology is not good enough. So as soon as the technology does get good, I will be using those Mac Minis for whatever, whether it's Claude, whether it's Perplexity. It looks like they're the two leaders now at this point with computer use. As you guys know, Claude released computer use like 2 days ago. I tried it out. I was very impressed. But the problem with it right now is it's like too slow, right? Like there's not really a huge, I mean, I was literally in the sauna yesterday giving prompts from my phone and it was taking over my computer and doing things, but it's just not quite there yet, right? And I think it needs a little bit more time. One human said, I saw your tweet about Codex subagents. Did you mean Codex now spawns subagents by default without you needing to mention it? No, the thing that I was getting at there was it spawns GPT 5.4 subagents, which is very interesting. It's okay, it's creating a spec MD, so let's just create this. Does the revenue covers the token cost? So the ARR, so ARR stands for annual recurring revenue, okay? So our goal is we do want to get this up to 100,000 by May 31st. So I have a couple goals here. So May 31st, 120,000, so $10,000 in MRR. We're like almost halfway to our goal because we're at 4,500, but 10,000 MRR is the goal by May 31st. I also want to get to 75,000 subscribers on YouTube. So if you guys are watching and you haven't already liked this stream, subscribe to BridgeMine, turned on post notifications, join the Discord. Make sure you guys do so. You know, I show up every single day and I give it everything I have. Streaming is not, I'll be honest guys, streaming is not the easiest thing in the world. I actually was talking to a friend of mine, NS, you guys know him, and he was talking to me, he's like, dude, even when I join you for like a 3-hour stream, I can see how that gets tiring, right? And I'm like, yeah, dude, it's when you show up for a 5-hour stream with the energy level that I try to bring so that, you know, we're all working together and grinding, it can get pretty challenging. But the thing is I don't care. This is what it takes to succeed, and I'm going to show up no matter what. John the Dragon said, morning, Matthew. John looks chiseled. Let's go. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, it's all thanks to this thing, right? All right, let's see here. Is there a master prompt for a base case in BridgeMind? How can I exploit it to its fullest? Is there documentation? Well, I mean, I think that like you really just take, hold on. Would you output the spec MD file here in the chat? They got him out, said huge 10K. I'm aiming for 2K. Let's go, Gatto. You can do it, man. I believe in you. Maybe stop walking. I don't know. All right, let's see here. So past participle 421, he said, sorry, I'm new here. What did you do so far? So what you guys are looking at is a product that I've built in the last 45 days called BridgeSpace, okay? This is an agentic development environment, and let me just kind of give you a quick rundown. So in this, you have BridgeSpaces, which is kind of the terminal workspace that you guys are looking at here, right? You can quickly launch like presets, so I'll kind of just show you a quick example of this. I can go over here, and I have some presets here. I can also create my own, so I can do 8 sessions, 16 sessions, 14, however many you need. But for example, I'll just launch a quick session here. I have a preset that, you know, automatically launches all my Claude instances, and my workspace is set up and ready to go right there, right? It's a very useful tool. I've been vibe coding for over 3 years, and this is useful. Canvases are also another thing. So if you guys like to work in canvases, this is another approach for vibe coding. This is also good. I don't use canvases myself as much, but here are canvases. So you can see here, you can launch canvases. We'll launch one canvas today, just kind of play around with it. But this is what a canvas looks like. It's pretty useful. You kind of just manage your threads over here, manage your terminals, and go to them respectively. That is nice. But then swarms is really, really cool. The swarms, we were using them yesterday, and you know they've gotten a lot better. Fahis said, Matt, you are inspiring us. Thank you, man. You know, I think that, you know, I hope to inspire you guys, and you guys inspire me just as much as, you know, I think that you guys are inspired by me. So I think and that's what the thing is, that this is a community, right? No, output it here in the chat. Output the entirety of the spec MD file. I just want to be able to, hold on. Let's just pull this up. Or, nah, it's fine. Your streams give you the mental gym, while the gym gives you the physical health. Let's go, man. Let's go. Right now, we've got 259 people watching. We are doing a cold plunge at 300 likes. It's been a while since we've done a cold plunge, guys. I think it's been probably a couple weeks since we did a cold plunge. As you guys know, the cold plunge was down, but I got it set up back and ready to go this morning. So John Murphy asked, are you a software engineer before this? Yeah, so you guys can kind of see the books up behind me. So I'm self-taught. I went to Purdue University to study finance. I did start software developing when I was 17. I started with Python and building out some games, just simple stuff like, you know, Space Invaders and whatnot. But I started to get a little bit more serious about it when I was 20 years old. I then decided to stop going to school. I've got 7 credit hours left on my finance degree, but you know, at this point, you know, I've been doing startups for 3 years. I've been daily coding for over 3 years, daily vibe coding for over 3 years. So this is my passion. This is what I'm into, and I think it's going to stay that way. Yeah, I did overflow it yesterday, by the way. Yes, that is true. But the first thing I want to do is let's get this time to live knocked down a little bit. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go and just drop in BridgeMind CLI. I want you to use this AWS profile to access the AWS account and review the Cognito production Cognito pool that is being used that has over, I think it's over 4,000 users. But I want you to go to this Cognito pool and be very careful when you're back there. Don't update anything, but just tell me what the time to live for the access token and the refresh token is, and how many clients there are set up. For example, is there a web client, a desktop client, a mobile app client? Tell me which clients we have and what the TTL for the tokens actually is. So we do have a bug, and at this point, you know, we've been dealing with this bug for a couple days now. So we're gonna drop in that prompt. I'm gonna hide that screen for a bit. Let's see here. All right, so homebrew. Oh, man, this is not a good. So this is the spec kit, okay? So this is the spec kit. So transform Bridge Legion into a world, which it'll be Bridge Code. We just were testing the Legion yesterday. So transform it into a world-class CLI coding agent that enables developers to work through natural language, supporting all major AI platforms with a beautiful terminal interface, okay? And then again, this is the spec kit, okay? So we're gonna drop this spec kit into a Bridge Swarm. We're not gonna do a Legion. We're doing 10 agents. So if we go back here, you can see we're doing a team of 10 Claude Code agents, okay? Yesterday we used 50 GPT 5.4 mini agents. and they didn't do a great job, I'll be honest with you guys. But let's go here, and we're just going to go to Bridge Legion. Oh, just gonna drop this in, and let's go into it. All right, so this is going to be bridge code. I'm just gonna label that, and let's launch this swarm. So swarms, 10 agents is actually like a little bit more manageable. If you guys were watching yesterday, you know, we did have, we have to, is there a way to silence notifications? Let's see here. Notification sounds. Here's notifications. A lot of you guys didn't like that, so we're gonna turn those sounds off so it doesn't play that beeping tone that you guys didn't like yesterday. Is this Peter Parker if he went vibe coding instead of getting bit by Spider-Man? I don't know what you're talking about, man. I mean, if you guys saw my new trailer just came out, I'm excited for you guys to see it. Let me know what you guys think. I think the trailer did pretty well, 15 million views or something like that in the first 24 hours. So I hope that you guys like that. You know, I put a lot of effort into that movie. So, you know, just let me know what you guys think. But yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man. All right, let's see this here. All right, so let's go back to this bridge swarm, and I'll kind of show you guys how it works. So let's go to bridge code. So this swarm here, hold on here. Oh, whoa. So yes, of course. So I'm gonna have to run this real quick, but the swarm will get started. Let's just accept this. So this is the swarm of 10 agents, okay? This is the swarm. And we're getting the swarm started right now. Claude was like, Claude is running in bypass security. Are you sure you want to do this? So we're gonna launch this swarm, and you guys can see basically it gives them huge system prompts, right? And this is the swarm harness. This is swarm coding, okay? This is something that I've created, swarm coding. And you know, this is what it looks like. So you have one coordinator. Actually have two coordinators. You can see coordinator 10 and coordinator 1. I actually need to fix the UI of this so that it shows like the coordinators separately. You can kind of see if you look closely that there's coordinator 1 behind coordinator 10. But let's go over here. They all are working here. And what we'll want to do, is it already compacting? What the heck? I guess was that like a super long prompt or something? We'll see. We'll see how this functions, but they'll start to talk to each other in the chat here. What's the thought behind the 50 GPT-4 agents? Yeah, so yeah, here they are. So now they're all working. So I'll start by reading the swarm board to understand my current assignment. So these are now all running, and we'll be able to start to see them interact with one another in the chat here. So there's a chat. At any point in time, I can message all of the agents, or I can message particular agents. Again, this is BridgeSwarm, and we're gonna do like an official release for this probably next week. I just wanted to actually make sure that once we release it, that it is useful and working. We're probably gonna remove 50 agents because I don't think that you need 50 agents. Like, but 10 is actually pretty applicable, and the memory usage is like, it actually makes it usable. So they're all working for a bit. They're all getting their assignments. The coordinators are working with the builders and the reviewers and the scouts, and then they'll start to interact with one another in the chat here. But if we go to activity, you can see that they're all running. Here's what it looks like. All right, Joe Mason said, hopefully alongside the auth bug, you can look into the keyboard shortcuts I said in Discord. Yes. So shout out to Joe Mason. First of all, he's been super helpful in basically giving some feature requests for BridgeSpace. If you guys are in the BridgeMine Discord, hold up, why did these all just go idle? What's going on? Okay, no, that's good. We're good. Whoa, Claude Opus limit reached. Now using Sonnet 4. What? Why is it using Sonnet 4? Hold on, chat. What just happened?
Exercise ring closed.
Oh yeah, chat, look at this. I just closed my exercise ring. As you guys know, I am training for a triathlon, so you know, you guys get to see part of that journey as well. Speaking of which, let's do, how many push-ups you guys want to do push-ups today, or what's the I probably got maybe 500 push-ups in me today. Just let me know. Let me know if you guys want to hit some push-ups today. Okay, so now it's using Sonnet 4? What? I didn't think that was my limit. Am I in like API usage or something like that? I hope not. I hope I'm not in API usage for the bridge swarm. That would tax like crazy. Okay, let's go here real quick. I want to see, what is my usage at? Let's do a quick usage command and see, like, is my usage just all, whoa. Did they remove usage? What the heck? Guys, Claude removed /usage. What just happened? Did they remove /usage? Visualize. What is happening? What? What is going on right now? What model was I using? What? Why is this defaulting to Opus 4.1? Chat, do you guys see this? Chat, why is Claude Code defaulting to Opus 4.1? What the heck? Hold up here. Chat, hold on. This is terrible. What just happened? Hold on, let's stop this swarm. Guys, do you see this? Okay, I stopped the swarm. I should have checked that beforehand. Why is my model only on Opus 4.1? Do you guys see this? Okay, no, something happened. Something happened. I don't know what happened. No, there's something wrong. Akil said happened to me as well. Yeah, this is a really old version. That's what must be wrong. That's why they all look weird. Hold on, let's launch Claude again. What happened, guys? No, but look at this. Claude Doctor npm install. What the heck? What is the command to update Claude Code? What is the command to update Claude Code to the latest version? Alright, so npm install global anthropic Claude latest. Hold up. I don't know how my Claude Code literally went back a version. I didn't do anything. This must be some bug that got introduced. What is going on, chat? Claude update. Alright, well that explains a lot. My current version is at 1.0.92. So that explains a lot. Insufficient permissions to install update. Okay, is Claude Code broken? Is Claude broken right now? No, I just did Claude update. But look at this. It's literally, it's got an issue here. I don't know what this is. Also, guys, we got 308 people watching right now. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's pull up the sub. We need to start getting the sub goals again. Let's see, how many subs are we at? Let's get a sub goal for the day, chat. All right, right now we've got 56,019 subscribers. Let's try to get to 56,100. All right, here's where we're at. Here's where we're at. Let's get to 56,100 today. All right, let's go. All right, so let's solve this problem first. What is going on? Yes, they have tons of issues at the moment. Okay, apparently they have a ton of issues. Do you have to sudo? I guess. I don't know how to fix this right now. Here, let's see how we can fix this. So they released 2.1.8 and I literally got versioned back. I don't know what's up with this. So people are telling me in chat, do sudo, yes, sudo, yes, yes, yes. Too much human in the loop, let 4.1 fix itself. Well, I don't know what's going on here. All right, so I do see this. Okay, hold on, I've got to hide this. So I'm gonna have to enter my password and stuff. All right. Okay. What the heck? All right, so Claude. What happened, guys? So I woke up and my Claude was just back at version 1.0.92. That doesn't make any sense. Somebody vibe coded the auto updater, guys. Okay. All right, it wants me to remove a directory. And then I have to reinstall it fresh. Okay, it looks like that worked. Okay, let's run. All right, hold on. All right, let's run Claude now. Guys, what is going on? That should get you to, it is not. Claude update. That is definitely, there we go. All right, now we're on Claude. There we go, we're back. Okay, all right, sorry about that, guys. All right, what? Why is this one not up to date? It's probably because of the terminal, isn't it? Hold up, let's run Claude in this one. There we go. Okay, what even happened? Somebody vibe coded the auto updater, I think. How much is profit? Most of it, yeah. I've only spent about $20,000 in the course of this journey, so it's pretty good. All right, let's okay. Now we have to relaunch the swarm. But the thing is what's my usage? Because I was using, oh my gosh, what is Claude's issue right now? It won't even show me my, I've been rate limited? All right. I know how to fix this, chat. There's a pretty easy way, yeah, apparently, okay, so apparently Claude is down. Slow Panda, I remember you, bro. Okay, so Aryan said, I'm 23 years old in my final year of college with a CS degree and want to earn and don't have much coding knowledge. How can I earn till this October? I mean, I think that a great way wherever you're at is just to get started working on like actual real world projects. I think that you can't go wrong with that. Like if you're able to show up and start working on real world projects, that is going to be your best bet for a multitude of different reasons, right? It's like if you show up and you work on projects, you're going to get better. You're going to become a more capable software engineer. I think that one of the biggest issues with CS degrees is that you get taught a lot, right? But you don't really you don't get the amount of practice that you really need. I've worked with plenty of people that went to Purdue and were CS majors from Purdue, but they just didn't really have the actual software development experience of like, oh, I've worked on all these projects. Yeah, sure, they might have a 3.5 GPA, which is decent, or a 4.0 GPA, but if you haven't worked on projects, then it's just it's definitely different, right? Like I've worked with plenty of software engineers where they've been like, oh, I'm not using AI. I'm like, dude, like we're in 2026, man. Like AI is kind of taking over software engineering. Like start using AI to code. Drew said mine's working fine. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so I think that there must be elevated error rates for that. John the Dragon asked, how old are you? I'm 23. I'm 23 years old. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna let Claude figure out their issues. They got to figure out their own issues. How many users did you get today? Well, yesterday we had 70 users sign up, 70 new users, but BridgeMine is over 4,000 and climbing. And really, it's just like, hey, you got to get to grinding, right? Like, I think that the day-to-day is going to fluctuate, but if you can get to grinding, get to grinding hard, that you don't have to worry about the numbers day-to-day, because in the end, progress will compound, you'll gain momentum, and you'll have a breakout. That's what I've learned for sure. What do you think about NVIDIA Parakeet multi-language model? I haven't tried it out yet. Morcan said, I'm 20 years old. I'm a vibe coder. I've published 8 iOS apps. That's really impressive. 8 iOS apps. That's a lot so far, but I have a lot of problems with marketing, and I don't know how to achieve everything by myself if I'm working on so many apps. Yeah, so I think that definitely, that's a good point. So King Dynasty said Claude is back up. Let's see. I mean, my thoughts on that, though, to answer your question, is focus is definitely a big thing. If you're working on all these things, what's going to happen is you're going to be able to get a lot done, right? Sure, you're able to get 8 iOS published, which is a lot. That's really impressive. But what would you rather have? One app that's really, really good, or 8 apps that are subpar that don't gain any traction, right? One app that you put all of your time into that gains a ton of traction, or 8 apps that don't gain any traction because you're working on too many things, right? And I'm not saying that as a shot. I'm saying that's something to definitely be thinking about. I can't even get my usage out of Claude right now. Do you want to do project reviews? What do you mean? I'm back to 4.6. I think that 4.6 works for me. Hello there. Let's see if this works. All right. Oh, geez, what the heck? I want you to fix this issue with the hooks here. All right. Drew said Claude is top contributor on latest OpenAI project. That's funny. Slow Panda said, any advice for being consistent? Any hacks? Yeah, so I think that like one hack, okay, and here's what I was talking about yesterday. So here's another 5, look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 GPT 5.4 mini. So this is really interesting. So Codex changed from launching, like I'm in GPT 5.4 high, right? But the sub-agents that get launched are GPT 5.4 mini. And I think that they're doing this so that you get more usage for their sub-agents. The sub-agents are very they're very like fast and they're very affordable, right? So when you launch these sub-agents, they're launching these smaller sub-agents, which is very, very interesting. Instead of launching like, you know, GPT 5.4 high that are going to be a little bit more expensive. Okay, I need to check something with the TTL. It's going to have my environment variables in it, so give me 1 second here. All right, chat. Quality over quantity, better to focus on 1 to 2 things and improve them with each iteration until you're satisfied with the results, and then you can move on to the next project. 100%, 100%. Have you any plans of having a family soon, or what are your life ambitions other than the grind? Yeah, so that's actually a great question. That's definitely one thing that, you know, I'm 23 years old. I'd like to have a family at some point. I don't think that, like a lot of people, you know, they get caught up in being successful or, you know, grinding and working so they can build something, and that's definitely great, right? Like you wanna be successful. I think everybody has a drive to be successful, but to what extent, at what cost, right? Is it worth being successful if you don't have any relationships, or if you destroy all of your relationships in the process? Probably not, right? So I'm definitely a big believer in family and just having quality relationships with your family. Now, there will be parts in your life where that's harder than others, you know, but at the end of the day, at the end of your life, what's important is not how much money's in your bank account, but it's going to be your relationships. You're going to wish that you had a family. You're going to wish that you had children to look after that would care for you. You're going to wish that you had, you know, a wife or a husband to spend your final days with. You're not going to look at the bank account and just get super elated over how much money you have, because money means nothing at the end of the day. Money is a scoreboard. It's not really like, you know, having $1 million is not going to really do it for me, if that makes sense to you guys. Like that's, you know, having $1 million, being successful, those things are all fleeting, because at the end of the day, you know, on this is just my perspective. I've got 320 people live right now watching, right, in the community, but I don't really know a whole lot of people. Like personally, I have a couple friends that are in the community, but hey, at the end of the day, you know, this is something from Ryan Holiday. He like talks about, or no, it's from Ryan Holiday writes on it, but also it's from Meditations, if you guys know that. Meditations, like the clacking of tongues, the sound of applause, it's all meaningless. So that's like kind of a concept that Marcus Aurelius talks about in Meditations, is just that, yeah, like you think that success or recognition is going to bring you happiness. It won't. At the end of the day, it means nothing. Ima said, okay. All right, Crazy Gamer said, need bridge wisdom, man. Nice one. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I am a Christian. David asked, do I believe in God? Yes, I'm a Christian. It's about the journey, not the destination. Yes. That's very true. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's like, hey, you know, who do you want to become and how do you get there, right? And, you know, I don't think that you're gonna, I don't know, I don't think that getting a bunch of money is gonna make you very happy. You know, I think it's a scoreboard, it's a reflection of your success, but it's not gonna make you happy. At the end of the day, when you look at the bank account, you're not gonna be like, oh, you know, XYZ. Can you show your coding setup, like what editor are you using and so on? So what you guys see here, this is an agentic development environment that I've actually created. So this is BridgeSpace. This is actually one of the projects that we're working on. So BridgeSpace, even for example, like right now we need to build out this browser usage. So if I go to the browser use here and I drop this in, so BridgeMind, so you can see browser use is working, BridgeMind.ai. We have a browser now. There's definitely some things that I want to, you know, fix with this. To the water plunge, so at 300 likes we are doing a cold plunge. Yeah, 300 likes we're doing a cold plunge. We haven't done a cold plunge for a while, so I'm excited to do it today, that's for sure. So check this out. So there's this weird bug in BridgeSpace, right? Do you guys see how it reset there? So I literally dragged and dropped it, and it reset the state. So we definitely want to fix that. Do I use Conductor? I do not use Conductor. I've tried it, but honestly, like, it's just not needed in this environment. Okay, hold on. Let me launch CleanShot X. There we go. Okay, skip. I'm not really worried about this. Okay. So I'm going to take a screenshot. So check this out, guys. I'm going to show you a little bit of a tip on context engineering. So check this out. So I'm going to highlight the error here, and you guys are going to see how I basically describe this error to Claude, right? So I'm going to highlight this and say, okay, so I kind of highlighted that, right? And now I'm going to switch it, and then I'm going to note that it clears the state, right? So it clears the state, and I really want to do a good job in making sure that the AI actually understands this. Let's go here. All right, let's go here. Let's drop both these in. I need you to look at image 1 and image 2 closely and note the bug that we are experiencing. When I swap the panes, for example, you can see the browser in the first image or the second image. I forget which one it is. That's going to throw it off. Hold on. I forgot which image is which. You can see that when I swap, the browser clears the state. It does not remain visible. It'll clear the state of the site that I was on. I need you to review this in depth with 2 deep dive agents and identify how the state is being cleared for that browser. And I need your help in fixing this. First, diagnose the bug with these 2 sub agents and help me fix this. What is Conductor? It's basically like a way for you to, like, it's not, I don't think it's that great. You can look it up. I'll look it up for you, just for anybody that's wondering what it is. So Conductor, Conductor like was popular a while ago though, wasn't it? Conductor. So it's like kind of a way to run work trees. It's like, it's not work trees, but it's kind of like that. Also, let's do a quick sub check. All right, we're at 56,027 subs. Thank you guys for subscribing. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're running it up today. Let's go. Cold plunge at 300 likes. Let's get it. But yeah, so this is like a way to do it. It's a Mac app for orchestrating teams of coding agents. I'm not a big fan of it personally. Okay. I need you to output the swarm mission to me in the chat so that I can copy and paste it in. Look at this, guys. I've gone a mile so far. Look at this, a mile on the walking treadmill. Well, you guys can't really see it. A mile. A mile. This thing's sick. I burned 222 calories while I've been walking for 33 minutes. This thing's insane. Get the heart rate up. CMux alternative for Windows. I would say BridgeSpace is a pretty good CMux alternative. All right. So we're gonna have it output in chat and just copy and paste it in. How can you code so much? I thought Claude Gas has some issues with token usage. Not really. I've got the $200 plan, and you pretty much can cook with that thing. Okay, so here's the bridge swarm mission. We had to stop it because we had that error, but I do want to revisit this. Let's actually close out of this, and let's now go back over. Where was it? Was it this one? Yeah. So this is gonna be the swarm goal. Okay. And that really is actually like there is a pretty big difference between like Opus 4.1 and Opus 4.6. Like Opus 4.1, super expensive, not that great. And Opus 4.5 exploded out of the scene. But here's the truth of it, and this is what will be interesting in the second half of this year, is that we're gonna get new frontier models that are going to be incredible. These models are gonna be off the charts good. Opus 5 is going to be insane. People probably don't even realize how good that iteration is going to be because they're going to be on these better NVIDIA chips. They're going to be faster. They're going to be smarter. The AI that we're using now is like a dinosaur. There's so many problems with it. And the thing is, I think that I see the issues with it. You know, I see the issues with Opus 4.6. I see the issues with GPT 5.4. And I'm so tired to some extent of these issues that we have, right? It's like the issues that we have now is just in the underlying models, in their intelligence. They're not that great. I want to be able to one-shot everything that I do, And right now we're not there. We are definitely not there. Okay, so here's what I'm doing, chat. I just want to show this to you guys. So I'm doing a team, okay? So this is a team, and I'm selecting CLI. So there's gonna be 2 coordinators. I want the builders to be, one of them is gonna be Claude, another one's gonna be Claude. Let's make one of them, no, let's do 3 Claude builders because Claude is inherently better at coding. And then we'll make the rest, we'll do 1 Claude for a scout, but most of these are gonna be Codex, because with Codex you do get more usage. There's gonna be a team. All right, Claude. And let's do 1 coordinator as Claude. And 1 scout, Claude. Okay. So we're now going to paste in, so this is the Swarms mission, okay? So it's 8,731 characters, and we're now going to launch this in that Bridge Legion directory that we were working on yesterday when we launched the Swarm of 50, and if you guys were here for yesterday's stream. So we're gonna do Bridge Legion, and this is the CLI coding agent. This is gonna be Bridge Code, okay? This is gonna build out a CLI coding tool for us, okay? So let's now launch this. So this is what it looks like. This is available in BridgeSpace today. Can you explain a few of these issues? Yeah. So really, what I find, and let's get off the treadmill here. I'm gonna end. We're gonna do. So that was 37 minutes, 1.09 miles, and 243 calories burned. So ultimately, pretty good. But let's put this up. Let's stop the treadmill here. Okay. I spend $1,100 a month in subs. I pretty much use every single AI model there is, every max plan. I don't believe models will improve too much more. The main improvements are coming from more reasoning now, which is very compute heavy, and GPU compute is expensive and sparse at the minute. Yeah, so I feel like I have been hearing that though for a while, and I think that the models will continue to improve significantly. I think the new chips is actually going to be a huge jump. I think it's going to be a huge jump. Okay, so here's all of our agents. These launched successfully, so this looks like it's going to be pretty good here. So here's the mission. So here we have our 2 coordinators: builder, scout. Wait, no, that's another builder. Wait, no, that's a scout. But you can go here and you can actually see what they're doing. So I can click on any of these and we can message any of these. But once they actually get going, they'll start to message each other. And we'll see the messages come in here, but they're going to help build this CLI coding tool for us. And I'm excited to see what they create. I think it's going to be pretty good. Yesterday, we launched a Legion, which is 50 agents. And I think a Legion's kind of overkill. It basically crashed my computer. Can you explain the project that a little more and how you did make 54K? So yes, you're literally looking at it. This is the project that is at ARR 54,000. I'll show you guys the Stripe dashboard right now. Let me pull up the revenue. So here is the revenue. So you guys can see it here. 4,500 in MRR and 54,000 in ARR. That is the Stripe dashboard of BridgeMind. So I'll keep giving you guys updates on that. But now, so here's the coordinator. So you guys can see this now, the coordinator. So you can see that the coordinator basically talks to all of the other agents. So the coordinator 1 is talking to coordinator 10, and then it's starting to pass off tasks. So the coordinator 1 passed off to the scout. It said, hey, I want you to explore safety sessions and TUI integration points, inspect SRC permission, SRC tool executor, the tools, the sessions. I want you to inspect all of this. And that's the scout's job. It then gives tasks to the builder. So it gave this task to builder 3, one real harness, runtime loop, own only, and then it's telling it which files it owns. So a lot of people, they have questions about, hey, how do these agents not step on each other's toes? And this is how it's doing it, right? You have a coordinator that's able to coordinate all these tasks. So builder 6 just sent a message to coordinator 1. It said, hey, I am now inspecting my own files and updating the board to planning. So this one's now planning, and this swarm is now going. So this looks good. All right, let's see this here. Okay, chat. All right, looks good. Yeah, AI agents code better than an entry-level devs for sure. What happened the 11th of March? We released BridgeSpace, and that product resonated with a lot of people. So we're continuing to make BridgeSpace better, but we have a lot of work to do for sure. Okay, let me check out one thing here. Okay, could you expand the time to live for the access token to make it longer? Make it 6 hours instead of 1. Yeah, so we are over 4,000 users now, so this looks good. I just need to fix this auth bug, the time to live. We're just going to expand it a little bit. Claude upgrade. Yeah, Claude did receive a pretty big upgrade today. Yeah, people don't know how to prompt, yeah. Yeah, ENIAC said, what up? That's what I keep telling the team, yeah. Wait, so you already launched BridgeMind, or it is an estimation, and what was the that dashboard? Yeah, so we've already launched BridgeMind. And the dashboard, that was my Stripe dashboard. So the MRR is at 44,500 and the ARR is at 54,000. So what's your this month ARR goal? I'd like to hit 70,000, but like for March, I think that at this point, March is pretty much locked in. We'll probably be around like 55 to 58 is what I expect. I think that revenue is going to be a little bit slow for a little bit. But I think that once the new set of models do release, I do think that BridgeMind is positioned very well to capitalize on that. Because, for example, it's just a fact, like when new models release, the visibility that this space gets is absolutely off the charts. Everybody, when new models release, they come to BridgeMind because they know that I'm not just like a hype influencer. I'm an actual vibe coder. I've been vibe coding for over 3 years. I'm not interested in making money off of YouTube or from content creation. I'm building in public, and that's our auth bug. So you guys see that how I just got unauthenticated? So this is the auth bug that I'm dealing with. So that was the auth bug. I just got unauthenticated after 1 hour. So I just have to sign back in because our refresh mechanism is not working as intended. So this does look good. So here's our swarm. So they're all working correctly. So this is what the swarm looks like behind the scenes. William said, super random, but I have vibe coded basically an AI wrapper website that makes schedules for college students at my university. We've had a few hundred users. Any general tips for selling and marketing? Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that. First of all, like great start. A few hundred users is a lot. So congratulations to William. All right, hold on here. Congrats to William, because that's, hold on. Sorry, I'm going to put do not disturb here. Sorry about that. But yeah, congrats to William, because that's awesome. But yeah, so I would say that with general tips for marketing, I think like number one, you have to have a presence on social media. I think that you have to put yourself out there. You have to be making content. You have to, like, in 2026, social media marketing is huge. That's why I created View Creator. And View Creator basically generates millions of views for me, right? So one of the reasons that BridgeMind has been able to take off is because I've just absolutely dominated social media marketing using View Creator clipping. It's been a huge help. View Creator is now, we're waiting to ship out V2. We're not really interested in like scaling that product at the moment. I'd like to ship out a V2 eventually. I think that AI marketing is probably gonna like take over to some extent. But right now it's not quite there yet, but we're going to launch V2. I think that product's going to do very well. Yeah. I don't know what you guys are saying about Elon in the chat. All right. Jeez. All right, guys, let's knock out 50 bomb. What is View Creator? Can you show us? Well, the thing about View Creator is now we've kind of moved into making View Creator. We're doing a relaunch of View Creator. So right now, you can check it out at viewcreator.ai. If you guys were watching from day, what was it, 20 to 105 or 110, that was like the sole product that we were building for 90 days. And it was the product that helped me basically rise on social media, because I was just doing automated clipping through View Creator. So it helped me rise, but the thing is that I now need to expand. Like the way that I see it is that we're in a AI winter to some extent in terms of like the actual visibility. People are adjusted, they're used to the models that we're using. They're not really interested in learning more about new ways of vibe coding. They're not really, I mean, obviously you guys are all, you know, we're in this community, we're all learning and growing together. We're showing up and we're grinding. But right now, it's a little bit slower. Like if you guys have been around for a while, you know, normally BridgeMine streams would be at 500 watchers, 600 watchers, or even 1,000 watchers. You know, when Opus 4.6 and GPT 5.3 Codex released, we had 1,200 watchers on stream, right? And there's a reason for that. You know, people come to BridgeMine because they know I'm a no-nonsense, anti-influencer person that's streaming and building in public every single day. So people are drawn to BridgeMine to learn about these new models because they know that I'm not going to hype things up, and I also have the experience to be able to judge these models, right? It's very quick for me to be able to understand, okay, this is a good model or this is not a good model, right? But here's the thing. It's been over a month since we've had any new frontier model releases, right? Like I think that Opus 4.6 launched on, I think it was like the 13th of February or something like that, or maybe, when did it launch? Let's look it up. Opus 4.6 launch date. Let's look it up, chat. Opus 4.6 launch date, February 5th. Wow, so even sooner than I thought. So it's been 60 days, 50 days since we've had a frontier model release. So things have slowed down significantly. And I think that, you know, that's something that I'm dealing with now, but I do know that, hey, you got to go with the ups and downs. It will come back around. And when it does come back around, the visibility that we will have will be incredible because of the clipping system that we're going to build with View Creator 2.0. I'm not going to sell courses. Yeah, so I'm building BridgeMine right now. So this is any advice for being consistent, any hacks? So that was a question from Slow Panda. So, I mean, to be consistent, like, I'll just give you guys a quick thought, is that even today, I like building, I like vibe coding. I like, even today, I didn't necessarily, I wasn't just like super excited to stream for 5 hours, right? But I show up, I put in the work, I put in the grind, I show up for the community, I lead the community, and that's what I do, okay? And I think that in order to be consistent, you just have to be dead set on, I'm showing up no matter how I feel. And that's how you're gonna be successful, is if you show up no matter how you feel, that's how you become successful. Okay, so let's, yes, I want you to update this now to 6 hours. Okay, so we are gonna fix this TTL real quick. Let's let this swarm run. So this is building a CLI coding agent called a bridge code. Let's knock out just real quick. Let's drop a 50 bomb. I did work out this morning, so let's do 250 push-ups today. So that means that's 5 50 bombs, all right? 5 50 bombs. Let's knock out 1 50 bomb right now. Let's go, chat. All right, let's go. That's 150 bomb. Okay. So Panda said, I mean, the hacks are drink coffee too. That would be a hack. Definitely drink coffee. Okay, so you can see, like, if we go back to the swarm and we go to chat, this is the swarm chat. So they're all interacting with each other, okay? And this is where you see that. Okay, that looks good. Let me check up on the... I want you to modify this directly yourself. You need to change the access token TTL to 6 hours. How am I already approaching the 5-hour limit? What is going on with Claude? Wow, what is wrong with Claude? It's literally refusing to do it. Write a handoff prompt to another AI that will do it. What is wrong with Claude this morning? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely burning a lot. Claude is down, yeah. That's why you have all the subscriptions. Whoa. F4 DLS said Claude reduced the limits significantly for all plans. 20x plan users hitting limits since last night. Okay, we need to make an X post about this. I mean, yeah, I don't think I even did that much usage. And it already, like, what is up with that? That's definitely noticeable for me, chat. Like, can I do usage here? I can't even look at my usage. What is wrong with Claude today, guys? That's insane. All right, hold on here. What is up with that? Kind of getting sick of Anthropic after they suspended me for no reason. I still have VS Code Copilot Plus Claude, but it has felt slow. Yeah, Anthropic has been... Okay, so rumors are suggesting a 40% usage reduction for all plans from later today. What the heck? All right, WDan is in the chat, and he said that auto mode is hitting their servers harder than I expected, I believe. Okay, I should definitely make an X post about this. I should which was the one that said approaching my 5-hour limit? Let's find that one. Okay. So I'm gonna make a quick post, but this is what I'm seeing. It literally says approaching 5-hour limit. I'm gonna make a quick X post about this because people should know about it. All right, and this is the great part about having this. Okay, there's a partial outage of Claude. You can see it on Claude status. Okay. Okay, hold up. This is trying to play some like sad music or something. I don't know what's up with that. Okay. All right, there's a part. Yeah. Wait, Jude said it goes to half as many tokens later today. Wait, how do you guys know about this? All right, so I'm making this post real quick. So I just hit my Claude Code 5-hour limit insanely fast. What is happening? Right? I'm gonna like my own post, because why not? All right, if you guys don't follow me on X, go check this out. All right, so let's look up Claude status. Claude status, what's going on here? Oh, wow. All right. Wow. All right, so it looks like they're having major outages. All right, so you just have to post. This is a way of marketing. You guys are, this is like the marketing strategy here a little bit. All right, let's check up on our bridge swarm here. So the bridge swarm is still working. And you know what's interesting about the swarm is that literally it's able to actually like wake up each other, right? So when you have that coordinator, the coordinator is literally able to run bash to be able to wake up an agent. Like if an agent sleeps, it's able to wake it up, and it's really, really useful. All right, there are many issues with Claude limits last few days. Many people on X discuss about the problems. Yeah, it's because everyone is using their plan not within the 2x limit. Some fit it by downgrading to Claude version 2.7, 1.74. Okay. Here in Europe, Claude seems fine. Everyone hit their usage. Yeah, I'm hitting my Claude usage like really, really fast today. I don't know what happened, but it hit it like super, super fast today. I don't know what's up. Also, guys, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. This is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet. Let's go. Also, one thing to note is I am building out a paid moderator team on our Discord community. So if you guys are interested in being a part of the BridgeMind community, there's a couple rules with being a Discord moderator. I haven't even created the role yet, but this is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet right now. And I do want to take it to the next level, and I need people that are interested in vibe coding, that have a passion for vibe coding, that would like and are interested in working closely with me and a couple other members in the community as a small team. Some of the biggest rules with this team, like literally the #1 rule is no drama. No drama, very professional. And then there's a couple of other things, but we are going to be hiring out a Discord moderator team here soon. So if you guys are interested in being Discord moderators, all we want for the Discord moderators is people that are going to add value back into the community, people that are going to basically get paid to engage with the community, to add value to the community, people that are passionate about vibe coding. I'm not looking for generic Discord moderators. I'm looking for people that are going to help engage and add value to the community. So if you guys are interested in that, please let me know. In general, I am going to be putting up an application for it and kind of brainstorming and putting out on a sheet there what we expect from Discord moderators. But you know, this community is over 7,000 builders. I'm gonna drop another link to it in the chat. Yes, so we are paying. It's going to be paid Discord moderator positions. I'm going to drop another link in the chat, but make sure you join the Discord if you haven't already. Let's go over here. I do need to fix this TTL issue just real quick. Okay, I'm literally not going to use Claude right now because it's having a lot of issues. Whoa. Okay. So this swarm is still working, guys. Wow, this is insane. So let's check out what the swarm is doing right now. So let's close the chat. So over 99. You can see the chat here on the right. So you can see they're all interacting with each other. But here's the chat. Over 99 messages have been sent in the swarm chat. That's insane. I will say we definitely did improve the performance of swarms quite a lot. What am I vibe coding? You're looking at it. We're building an agentic development environment. You can go check it out at bridgemind.ai. But this swarm is actually building a CLI coding agent. A CLI coding agent is what the swarm's building right now. Okay. Why don't I do a Discord bot instead of mod? Well, I just want people that are going to be human beings to add value. Yeah, I'm working alone at the moment. Okay, let me check this out real quick. All right, guys, quick sub check. We are up to 56,049 subscribers. Shout out to everybody that has joined the community today. Okay, let me check this. We've got a super important command running. Codex is working in our AWS account, so I just want to keep an eye on this very closely. But the swarm is also still working. Yes, so BridgeSwarm is Rust, yes. Yes, it is Rust. Okay. Whoa. Am I building multiple apps or just BridgeMind? Well, right now the main focus is definitely BridgeMind. I think that building out a vibe coding platform is by far the main goal right now. You know, in the future, I would like to get into other apps, but you know, focus is one thing that's incredibly important with whatever you're doing. You need to make sure that you're staying focused so that you don't, you know, lose sight of the overall mission. We want to make sure that we're not spread too thin across so many projects that, you know, we're not getting anything done. We want to make sure that we're actually making progress forward. Okay. All right, let's launch a new workspace real quick. So I'm gonna launch, let's actually work in Canvas real quick. So let's work with the Canvas. Let's cd into BridgeMind, and we're gonna launch 8 sessions. I want all Codex agents, okay? So we're gonna launch 8 sessions. So it's gonna set up our Canvas here. So all Codex agents because Claude's giving us issues. And let's start to let's start grinding, chat. All right, so BridgeMind, or we need a BridgeBench. So I am gonna make BridgeBench open source. I need you to do an in-depth review of BridgeBench and help me understand the current status of BridgeBench. Note that this is going to be open source, but we want to focus in on the BridgeBench speed benchmark. What is the current status of this benchmark? Also, what is the current status of the integrations with the different APIs? For example, Anthropic, Google, XAI, Minimax, so that we can test directly from their APIs respectively instead of OpenRouter. What is the current status? Okay, so I'm gonna expand this a little bit. We'll zoom in a little bit on these terminals. Canvases are nice. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna have one of these be, let's launch one Gemini here, and let's have Gemini 3.1 Pro. Take a look at this. Also, guys, we're only 70 likes away from doing a cold plunge. The cold plunge is back up. It's cooled down, and we are ready to go. It's been a while since we've done a cold plunge. All right, let's see if we can actually get Gemini to work for us. Usually it doesn't. All right, 3.1 Pro. Okay. I need you to do an in-depth review of this project. The project needs a significant improvement and UI overhaul to make it modern and professional and simplistic and implement best practice design implementations. I need you to do an in-depth review, create a structured plan, and then implement the changes to significantly improve the UI. Okay, so Gemini 3.1 Pro. We'll see if we can even, sometimes it like literally just won't submit the prompts, which is always annoying. Hold on, we want to close out of this. All right, is this swarm done yet? Not yet. Okay, I do want to check up on that Cognito update for the TTL. So, provide me a concise summary. What was changed? Perfect. Okay, guys, the TTL is now updated, okay? All right, everything looks good here. Yeah, definitely a frustrating day with Opus. How hard is it to keep switching context on different Swarm agent tasks? Not too hard, you know. You kind of get the flow of it, and you get better at it for sure. Okay, we're gonna do a quick security audit. To do this, I'm gonna use the bridge security prompts from bridgemine.ai. So bridge security, I'm gonna paste this in, and I'm then gonna drop in the BridgeMind API. I need you to do an in-depth analysis and output all of your findings. My Claude has been decent while everyone has had issues the last couple days, but just used 100% of my quota in 2 prompts, a code review, and a social media plan. Yeah, I have the same issue. Also, guys, only 27 more likes, and then we're going to go hit a cold plunge. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay. Slow Panda said, I am frustrated with my inconsistency. Yeah, I mean, dude, like, listen, okay, this is actually kind of funny. So look at this. Look at the kind of stuff that I deal with, guys, right? Look at this guy in the chat. He said 153 with only 54K ARR, and then he says, ah ha 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 ha. I just want to talk about this for a little bit because, first of all, number one, I don't care. Okay, you're gonna have people that hate on you, right? But I want to draw your attention to this, right? Because you have to be able to be the person that is the man in the arena, okay? I want to show this to you guys, okay? It's up on my wall, but I want to show it to you guys. Check this out, chat. Read this, okay? You guys can pause it, but this is what's up on my wall, okay? I received this as a gift from my dad when I was a teenager in high school, okay? And he gave it to me. I recently got this in a frame, but I've had this up on my wall since I was a teenager. I think 16 or 17 I've had this. And the whole concept is that you don't, like, it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man that's actually in the arena, the person that's showing up every day and giving it their best and giving it their all. And Slow Panda, the thing is that don't get frustrated with yourself, because you can see that, hey, you just have to show up and give it your best, guys, and you will make progress. And you can block out all of the haters. You can block out people that say you can't accomplish things, because as long as you show up, as long as you put in the work, you will be successful, right? And you just have to show up. You have to keep showing up. And even if you are inconsistent, I mean, I still remember the days when I would set goals for myself to work like 3 hours, right? Because I didn't have the work ethic that I do now to be able to work for significant amounts of time. Okay, how do I even accept this? Enter. There we go. So, you know, that's a huge part of my journey. I just wanted to share it. But the man in the arena, it's up on my wall over here. And it's something that I live by. It's something that I live by. So, oh, also this goal is done here. This one's done. We're about to knock out that cold plunge one too. Let's go. All right, chat. All right, apparently the camera is lagging. Hold on. Is this camera lagging? Which one's lagging? Is this one? I don't see any lag. It may have gone away. Mute said, just new here. I'm working on a few projects as well. As how big is your team? Is this a one-man show? Yeah, this is a one-man show, yeah. All right, it's good now? Okay. No, honestly, I don't really mind the haters or anything. It doesn't really bother me. People can hate. It's fine. All right. Wow, the 10 agent swarm is literally still running. That's insane. That's insane. So even like, look at this, chat. So if you guys look at this swarm has been running for what, over an hour? And you can even see this one here. You have a new message from coordinator 1, run BS mail check, process the message and continue your work. And coordinator 1 just is very, very good at coordinating work. This is swarm coding, and it's a great way to be able to build full-scale applications in one shot, because you basically submit a mission, not a prompt, but a mission, and then the agents are able to prompt the other agents. So it kind of takes the human being out of the middle of it and puts the AI in full control, which in a lot of instances can be very, very useful. All right. Yeah, this is BridgeSpace. This is BridgeSpace. If you guys don't know what BridgeSpace is, let's actually do something real quick. If you guys want to try this, we're going to have a coupon here. We're going to make a deployment, but you guys can be a part of this too here. So let's go to coupons. So I'm going to do a coupon real quick. If anybody wants to try BridgeSpace, so this one was 85% off for 1 month. Let's see here. So let's go to product catalog, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a new coupon, and the coupon we're going to create, it's going to be BridgeSpace. We're going to call this BridgeSpace. Let's do 25. All right, BridgeSpace 25 off. It's going to be 25% off. And it's going to be 25% off to Basic and Pro. And then we're going to use these codes. And let's do a code. Let's do 25 off. And we're going to limit this to 20 customers. So if you guys want to test this out, I just 25 off. The coupon is just 25 off at checkout, and you guys can use this. I'm going to drop it in the chat here. But if you guys want to test out BridgeSpace, you want to test out BridgeSwarms, this is the way that I vibe code. You get access to BridgeSpace for $20 a month. So with 25% off, that's $15 a month. I would highly recommend it. I mean, I use it, so I don't build any tools that I don't use myself. I don't sell anything that I don't use myself. So all right, also chat, it looks like we just surpassed 300 likes, so I think that while the swarm runs here, let's see, let's go, I think I can take this camera, right? Let's see if I can add in another, okay, I want to add in another camera here. Audio input capture, and then it's going to be the iPhone. Hold on, chat.
Okay, I don't know which one it is.
Okay. I know that there was probably a huge echo there, but can you guys hear me? Which mic is it? Okay. Swim trucks, and then we're gonna hit this this cold plunge. Let's go. Sorry, I just realized I didn't have any sound, but I am going to, we just hit 300 likes, so I am going to go put my swim trunks on, and we're gonna go down to the garage, and we're gonna hit a cold plunge. Let's go, chat. Swarm is still running. Let's go. All right, let's go, chat. I'm back. All right, let's go hit this plunge. Okay, let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me know if we're good. But we're gonna go, I'm gonna grab this cam. We're just gonna go. Okay. Okay. This is what things look like around here now. Let's go. Let's go, chat. All right, here's the plunge. Also have the Sonnet. As you guys know, we've been doing a little bit of the Sonnet lately. But, all right. Where's the best place to put the camera now? Hold on, let me pull up chat real quick, make sure you guys can actually hear me and everything. Should be good. Uh-oh, oops. Just stopped the music, sorry. Hold on. Alright, dang it, I stopped the music. Okay, let me put the camera up here. Alright. I'm gonna get the music back on, guys. I just accidentally turned off, but I'm gonna make sure everything's good. But we got the cold plunge here, I'll be right back. Alright, I think there's lag, but I have to deal with it. A lot. Let's go. Alright, that lag is so bad. Hold on, guys. The lag is bad. Let's fix this. Okay, sorry, there's like a ton of lag right now. So I'm trying to get, is it fixed? 1 frame per hour. Okay, I'm trying to fix this, chat. Am I still lagging? How is it now? How's it now? Okay, it's good. Okay. All right, we're good. But I do want to do this cold plunge. But I think the problem may be this camera. Or it's that we're launching a swarm with the stream setup. Hold up. Let's check up the activity monitor here. What's the activity at? Oh, wow. Okay, 85 gigs. That's a lot. Okay, 85 gigs. How can we decrease this? So this is all of the terminals running. This is all the terminals. All right, what do you guys think is the best approach here? Let's try this. Yeah. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna close some of these. Oh, there we go. Yeah, definitely the computer is... Okay, yeah, I do see the encoder is overloaded. I probably need a better, yeah, dual PC, yeah. Let's close some of these. This will definitely save some, right? I mean, we can close the swarm, but the swarm, this is a big test of swarms. Because I want to see if the swarms are actually able to do this. How laggy is it, chat? Stream from one of the Mac Minis, yeah. Yeah. The dev probably is just getting a little bit too... Whoa. Okay. Close. OBS, so look at OBS. I don't want to kill this swarm. The swarm, I don't want to kill this. Because once we kill it, we can't go back. I just have no idea how we're using this much RAM. Hold on. All right, now we're at 47. You guys see this? I think what we... Is it better? Did we fix it, chat? Let me know in chat. 47. 47 should be good. For it to not be like lagging all over the place. Yeah, I'm not gonna kill the swarm. I did get the memory. The memory it was at 85. All right, hold on. Let me see the stream here. Ooh. There's still a little bit of lag, right? Yeah. I mean, shoot. What PCs are there? Should we just buy the 512 right now? Need the 512? I feel like we need the 512. Mac Studio. Buy. So an M4 Max with a 16-core CPU, 40-core GPU, memory 256 gig. All right, so $6,000. $6,000. $6,000. What do you guys think? 6,000? We ripping it? Actually, that, like, you know what's frustrating? This one was 4,000, so 6,000 for 3 times the. Nice. Guys, I think I know what the problem is. It's this swarm, for sure. It's the swarm. I mean, should I kill the swarm to fix the stream? That's the question. M5 Ultra. Isn't the M5 gonna release soon? When is the Apple M5 coming out? When is the... Oh, geez. Okay. All right. Man. All right, people don't want me to kill the swarm. Okay. I mean, can't I do a trade-in and get this one? All right. Hold on, guys. Sorry, chat. Keep the swarms. Everybody wants me to keep the swarm. Okay. Check your CPU usage. I don't think it's RAM at this. Wait, where do you see that? Oh. Okay, system 83%. Here. There are 56 threads. What do I need to do right now to fix this? So, first of all, here's the thing. I want to do a cold plunge. But the stream is laggy because our CPU usage is super, super high. So how do we fix this? Yep, I know there's bad lag. I mean, I could pick up the 256 gig today, but it's an M3 Ultra. Like, I don't think that those are that good. Yeah, the swarm may have some performance issues. Yeah. Oh, get rid of some of the panels. Yeah, literally system is at 92. Mr. V. Yeah, this is using a ton. Yeah, I can do that. PC here. All right, hold on, guys. Let's fix this. What is going wrong? What can I fix here to improve performance? Let's fix this. Install OBS on the Mac Mini, and then capture card between the monitors and the computer. It's a $50 fix with the hardware you have. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. You do have to set things up. Okay, your machine is essentially maxed out with almost no breathing room. The top offender is the system mond at 2,000 daemon itself, and it's consuming 2,000% of the CPU is deeply abnormal. It's usually a symptom, not a cause, often triggered by another process thrashing resource. This alone is killing your machine. Kill. Can I kill this? What's gonna happen? This may end the stream. We'll see though, won't we? Alright, if this crashes the stream, I'm sorry guys. I tried my best. Whoa, even this terminal. Alright guys, I think we've got to save the stream. I think we have to save the stream. Is it, let's just quit BridgeSpace and see if this is the issue. Watch the system on. So I just quit BridgeSpace, watch this. Wow. Okay. Alright, so now look at this. Alright, so obviously, no, so now that should have fixed it. So this is actually very revealing. So look at that, look at that. So I quit BridgeSpace. Obviously we have an issue there. The swarms is causing a huge problem. All right, am I lagging now? Am I lagging now, chat? Let me know. Because we are gonna do a cold plunge, but this is so interesting because that was super, super revealing. No, I had to, guys, if I didn't close BridgeSpace, I would have, yeah. If I didn't close BridgeSpace, I would have, you just got to optimize BridgeSpace some, that's all. Yeah, no lag, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, no more lag, okay. Well, guys, we actually, okay, first of all, shout out to you guys for hanging in there with me. Like, you guys are real ones for, you know, through the lag and stuff, because obviously I put a lot of effort into the stream, so just the fact that you guys are all still hanging out, thank you to you guys. We're good. We're back. So that was actually really revealing. Obviously, there's some sort of runaway process in BridgeSpace, probably related to the swarms that we're going to need to fix. So we're going to take a look at that. So let's do this cold plunge now that we actually can, and then when we come back, we're gonna actually break down what happened. Because yeah, I don't think I need to set up a new streaming setup. We just need to optimize BridgeSpace, that's all. So I didn't know that, so thank you guys for yeah, we're gonna have to optimize this for sure. So let's go hit this cold plunge, and then let's get into it. So let me see, I think I can, hold on, I know you guys can't see me here for a second, but just bear with me. This one? Okay, there we are. So it's this right here. I mean, this should be good. It's a pretty good, it's a pretty good camera, guys. It's a pretty good, or not camera, it's a good PC. All right, let's go here. Okay, now you guys can probably hear me. Okay, let's try this again, take two. When we get back, we're gonna optimize the heck out of BridgeSpace to figure out what was causing that. Sorry guys, one second. Okay, we should be good now. Okay, take 3. All right, let's go. Can you guys hear me now? Are we good? All right, let's go. So yeah, I mean, that issue was obviously there's some sort of runaway process inside of BridgeSpace, like period. That's just what it is. So we'll have to fix that. Here's the sauna. If you guys haven't seen it, here's the sauna and the cold plunge. Oh, I want to show this to you guys. It's pretty cool. So this is my race bike. It's a zip bike. If anybody else is a cyclist in here, it's a zip bike. I've used this for 3 triathlons so far. And I like it. I like it a lot. Cycling is probably my favorite out of all of the exercises, like versus swim, running. Cycling is just, you know, you get into like a flow state, but that's my race bike. And then I just have like a normal mountain bike here. And then sometimes I do workouts here. But then I have an Orca cold plunge. But all in all, it's definitely, I like the setup. All right, so we're gonna do 2 minutes in the cold plunge. I'm gonna grab a towel real quick and I'll be right back. All right, let's go, chat. Let's get it. It's like really full, so some water may get displaced. We'll see. Set a timer for 2 minutes. All right, let's go, chat. Woo! All right, get it. Let's go. Woo! That was a cool one. Good to be back though. Wow, that was cold. I feel very, very refreshed though, but that was a very, very cold plunge. Whew. All right, let's get back to the grind, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Whew. Let's get back. May do the piano today, just depends. All right, let's go solve this performance issue that we're having, because obviously that's a pretty big problem. Here we are, back in the lab, man in the arena. Let's go. All right, guys, so we're gonna have to definitely figure out what is causing this performance issue. Obviously, that caused huge problems on my computer. This is what we were looking at, so I'm happy that we got a screenshot of it, because we're gonna be able to solve it. But let me go get dried off real quick and I'll be right back. Let's go. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, where are we at? Where are we at? How's it going, everybody? We're back, we're back, we're back. I grabbed some of these, by the way. Look at this. I got these this morning. This is something that I'm having for as I train for triathlons. I'm doing more like smoothie shakes. So Premier Protein, 30 grams of protein, 160 calories, no added sugar. It's like either cancer or sugar. Which one do you want? All right. Let's go. Okay. Let's get it. Let's make a smoothie. We can do that. All right. All right. 500 likes. I will smoothie. I'll show you guys my smoothie recipe at 500 likes. Pranay just asked for it, so sounds good to me. Yeah, Super Combo say just got back from lunch. What did I miss? So, yeah, so we did just find out like a pretty big performance issue. Okay, hold on. At 500 likes, we're gonna make a smoothie. I'm gonna show you guys my smoothie recipe. But yeah, so this was the issue. So look at this. Let's pull up the screenshot, just because you know this was pretty revealing. Okay, so this is what we were dealing with. All right. What even is that system mond? It was at 2,000% of our CPU, and then as soon as I quit BridgeSpace, it fixed it. Hank, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Monthly costs, I pay like HOA fees. I pay obviously like utilities and stuff. I don't know the exact cost though. Let's see here. I'm 12 and I vibe code some apps that I use, but I also code in C++ and Python for Olympiads and more personal projects. That's awesome, dude. You're getting a really early stuff. Good for you. Performance issues are easy to fix in BridgeSpace. Do a trace for it. Yeah, so let's actually pull up BridgeSpace. We're not gonna launch a swarm. We're gonna launch a. Let's launch a. Oh, let's open up BridgeSpace real quick. Let's open it up. So I mean, it was the swarms that were causing it, right? So let's do a trace, and let's see what that even was. So let's drop this in here. Let's just open up a very minimalistic 6 Claude sessions here and get to the bottom of this. Amith, so what I'm vibe coding, you're literally looking at it. So this is a agentic development environment. So agentic development environments allow you to manage, launch, and manage AI agents. So I'm building an entire suite of vibe coding tools. So here, BridgeVoice, this is a voice-to-text tool that I've built. So I've transcribed over 76,000 words with it at an average pace of 179 words per minute. We're also building a coding tool. We had a swarm working on it, but I need you to do an in-depth review of the screenshot. Note that as soon as I quit BridgeSpace, the SYS mond dropped completely. I need you to do a stack trace and identify the performance issues in BridgeSpace. Would you launch 3 sub-agents to do a deep dive in BridgeSpace and pinpoint what is causing this? I was launching some swarms. I had some BridgeSpaces open and some canvases, but I don't know the exact cause of this. But as soon as I quit BridgeSpace, it fixed it. Do I use agent teams through Claude? I do use agent teams. The agent teams operate a little bit differently than they did when they initially launched. I don't know if they're still doing agent teams or what that looks like, but we can test out an agent team real quick in Claude. Let's try one just real quick. Hold on, let's pull up this just briefly here. Let's open up Stripe. But guys, I feel great. What a great day to just wake up and grind. This community is the best. I appreciate you guys. The screenshot is alarming. 2,000% CPU usage. Yeah, it is alarming. All right, I'll let you guys know how this tastes. Let's see here. There's a reason it was on the clearance rack. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's do this. Mohammed, see ya. All right, let's do Command Shift I. I'm telling you, it doesn't work in prod. I need you to create an agent team that will be in charge of improving the SEO of the marketing website. The agent team is tasked with identifying areas where we can improve our SEO. Oh my gosh. All right, so now, okay guys, this is actually big. So the auth issue, we did extend the TTL, so it won't be an hour anymore. It'll be much longer than that. Okay, so agent teams in Claude Code. You guys are gonna see it here first. There's like chunks of stuff in this. This is not good. Deke.dev said, hello sir, been in your Discord a while, just managed to catch a stream. What's good? What's good, Deke? Good to see you, man. Option I? Okay. Command Option I. Got it, yeah. Okay, so this is the team. Why would I start the API? There's no need to run the API to improve SEO. Okay, apparently the smoking gun here is the pgrep process spawning storm. So main RS spawns a new pgrep process for every terminal session, every audit cycle. This is called by terminal has running process for session, which is invoked by the swarm activity monitor every 2.5 seconds with exponential back off, but resets to 2.5 on any state change. With a swarm running, each audit calls this for every active agent terminal. If you have 5+ swarm agents running, that's 5+ pgrep spawns every 2.5 seconds, 2 process spawns seconds minimum. Each pgrep spawn involves fork plus exec plus process table scan plus wait PID, all system calls that system monitors and accounts for. This alone could explain the sysmon spike. Okay. I need you to create a structured plan for recommended fixes that will solve our issue without breaking functionality. All right, then we're gonna turn on, honestly, sometimes I don't really like plan mode as much. Which model do I use in BridgeVoice? I use a couple. BridgeVoice, it uses cloud as well as local. So it's very, very nice in that way. All right. Joker, how do you know that there's a lot of unused code in the code base though? What is happening to your Claude code? How soon do I hit my limits? Or am I using extra usage? So I'm actually good right now. Earlier, I almost did hit my 5-hour usage, but it kind of backed off a little bit. Whoa. Am I using extra usage right now? Oh, I guess I'm using extra usage right now, chat. Why do they not tell you that you're using extra usage? Look at this. 43 out of $100 spent. So I guess I've maxed out my Claude Code session. But I hit it like super, super fast today. I made an X post about it because normally I'll be fine. But I hit it like super fast. Yeah, so why don't I try ChatGPT Codex? I'll use Codex. I have the ChatGPT Pro plan as well. Yeah, let's run Codex because I don't want to be running up extra usage here. Well, now that I know this, now that I know that it's yeah, let's stop that because I don't want to run up. An agent team will cost so much. And the problem is GPT-5 is like not that great. Lil said, keep it grinding. Dude, I will, man. Thank you. Do I use AI? Yes, I do use AI to code. Yeah, I do. Nah, I don't use AI, man. No, I'm just kidding. All right, chat. What did you guys think of the cold plunge, by the way? It's been a while. It's been a minute. All right, let's see this here. Daniel Lockler just posted about Bridgeman on X. Not sure if it's a dunk or not. Let's see. I don't even know who that is. Is he dunking on me? Let's see what this guy said. First of all, I don't even know who this guy is, but let's see here, chat. Hung just said it. He just posted about me on X. Let's see. Daniel Lockyer. Alright, he's got 26,000 followers. That's so funny. Look at this. He said 2016, deep work, single focus, thinking time, low context switching. 2026, 21 vibe coding terminals across 8 workspaces, 4 AI apps working at the same time, 500 micro commits per day. That's hilarious. Well, could have at least give me a shout out or something. That's funny. All right, let's see. All right, Super Combo, I'll check out what you sent me in Discord. Let me pull it up real quick. Okay, let me check this out. Okay, so Super Combo did just send me something. All right, so apparently you can record the performance. Yeah, you do have to run it in dev. Okay, let's run this. Also, let's pull this up real quick. All right. Let me get the database up and running real quick. Okay, let's go. All right, we're gonna see if we do a stack trace through BridgeSpace to try and evaluate this. Yeah, the Claude usage limit. So Fredder in the chat, he said, what is this Claude usage limit? Yeah, so they all of a sudden, I don't know what they're doing. W Dan apparently did say that the usage in, like, from the auto, if you guys know, like the auto, they implemented this auto feature, and apparently auto is hitting the server super hard, so it's causing a lot of outages. That's at least what some people are talking about, but we'll see it. But yeah, the usage limit in Claude is like very low right now. I went through my 5-hour usage like that, and I'm using extra usage right now. So even if we go through here, you know, I haven't been launching a lot of sub agents today, and look at this. I went through my entire 5-hour usage in like what, 2 hours, and then I've already spent $46 on my extra usage. So for whatever reason, usage limits on Claude today, just in general, are like through the roof. So not sure. Okay, so if I do Command Option I, okay. Yeah, so Command Option I, this is gonna pull up the debugger here. And then Super Combo, thank you, because I can now look at this here and debug this. All right. So if I go to performance here, wait, where is performance? I don't see performance. Elements. Why did I not see performance here? Can I copy this? Take a look at this in the console logs of BridgeSpace and identify what is causing this and help me get this working correctly. Okay, this is now done with its updates here, but we've got a couple things. So I don't usually run this. I'm just trying to figure out. So in the dev tools here, if we pull this up, don't see performance. Hold up. Network, timelines. Oh, I think this is this it? Is this where I do recordings, or what's this here? Oh, this is, oh wow. Okay, so this is a recording here. So for example, if I go here, oh wow. Whoa. I wonder if, what do I stop this? How do I get the... I can export this? Oh wow, yeah, I can. Alright, let's do test export. And let's just put it in the download and see what this actually is. So this is a way to be able to record these processes. I've never seen this before. So test export. Let me just make sure there's nothing sensitive in here. Okay, why can I not open this? Is the JSON file like massive or something like that? You can see it here, but I've got a wheel now. A wheel of death. Top right in the UI export. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Okay. Mutt said, as I see, your prompting is very in-depth but normal. What really matters, structure in prompting or meaning, because sometimes I don't get desired results as I want. Yeah, I mean, I think that prompt engineering is definitely like big. Like you have to be able to prompt correctly. You know, if you don't prompt correctly, your models are going to hallucinate. That's just how it works, right? Some people are like, prompt engineering is not a thing, but it's like, yeah, it is a thing. That's why, hey, if you don't know what you're talking about and you're prompting it all over the place, then you're probably not going to get very good results. Just kind of a straightforward thing. Usage at the highest cost right now. Yeah, usage is very, very poor. Okay, what is going on here? I'm just not getting what I want here. Test JSON. I think there's probably, is there just like a ton? Why did it open in Xcode? All right, let's close Xcode. It will free up in 2 hours. Somebody just said in the chat. let's set back up the FBI cam and everything. Let's get this all back up and running. Hold up, let's go over here. All right, FBI. Ooh. Sorry about that. All right, maybe not. May not be able to get the FBI camera set back up today. Oh well, all good. Oh. Hold up here now. I know I'm frozen. Give me 1 second. Let's fix this. Okay, there we go. All right, we're back. Yeah, so why is this like JSON? I guess it's just not like, is that like a super large JSON file, I'm assuming? Yeah, probably. Let's just force quit Xcode. Xcode not responding. Yeah, force quit that. So I exported the performance, but it had a huge lag spike. Okay. Write a brief handoff prompt to another AI that will review your work. Okay, somebody said you've got a lot of monitors. Curious, why do you use all of them? Asking because planning to buy a studio display, regular XDR, or some 6K, also for coding. I mean, I do it because of the streaming. You know, I have to do a lot of multitasking. Okay, thank you, Super Combo. Okay. Wow. Review this handoff prompt in complete depth and identify if any other alterations need to be made. Okay, I'm kind of annoyed by Claude Code today, guys. You know, we've basically been seeing tons of usage. I don't know what it is that's causing all the usage, but literally, like, my Claude Code plan got met. Sharvesh, what's wrong with BridgeVoice? Because BridgeVoice works great on Mac. Okay. Thank you, Super Combo. Yeah, I mean, I can show you the Stripe dashboard right now. Gosh. My usage is maxed out. Yeah, so this is like, I don't know what's going on with Claude Code today, or what Anthropic is doing, but my my usage got maxed out very, very quickly today, and I started to use extra usage very quickly. A little bit disappointed in Anthropic. I don't know, it's my gosh, what's... right, hold on, guys. I'm getting spam calls right now. Hold on, let me mute my mic real quick and just hold on. Sorry, guys. Hello, this is Matthew. Oh yeah. No, Dario, slow down, slow down. Yeah, I know you guys are. It's like a dumpster fire over there today. Listen. Okay, if you give me at least 20 racks, and I won't. Listen, I won't say anything else about the usage today. If you 20 racks, I won't say anything else. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you guys can reset my usage, that'd be great. But you know, I'm gonna have to use Codex for a bit. You know, I can't let them know that you're paying me off. You know. So. Yeah. Listen, Dario. You know, if you're gonna disrespect me like that, then it's gonna be at least 30 racks. Then, yeah, the price is going up. Okay. When you call me, you need to treat me with respect. Okay. So 30 racks, and I'll use some of the extra usage. Okay, but you know, I can't put up with this. This. I mean, how do you expect me to rely on this goofy model? All right, I hit my limit today after like 1 hour. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. No, I got to go back to the stream, but yeah, sounds like a deal. All right, I'll be checking the bank statements, and as soon as I get it, I'll start using Claude again. Okay. All right, make sure I get the money fast. All right, see you. Sorry about that, guys. Super annoying. I know the ringing sound effect. Yeah, I know people in chat are saying that the ringing is annoying, but that's my ex-wife. You know, it's hard. It's you know, I blocked her, but you know, sometimes she gets through. She gets through. So sorry about that. I was on mute there for a second, but we're back. Let's get back to it. I want you to now create a structured plan to implement your findings. Okay, one thing I do want to do is, if you guys remember the swarm, let's cd into Bridge Legion here, and let's run bun run dev, because that swarm, we had to cancel out of the swarm. Oh, look at this. Not found. Bun was not found. What is going on here? So, how is bun not found? I thought it was initially a bun directory. What needs to be done to get this working correctly? Yeah. Okay. I need you to now implement the updates respectively. Yeah, Eric Code said, what happened to the Claude limits hitting it so fast? Yeah, the Claude limits, I hit my Claude limits today after about like 1 hour. I don't know what's going on today, but I think I hit my 5-hour limit after 1 hour, and I'm on the $200 plan, the 20X, and I didn't even launch like sub-agents or anything. I just like hit my plan like that today. So definitely noticeable for me. Definitely noticeable. No, something else is wrong. What's a legion? It's when I launched 50 agents and a swarm to help me build. Okay, guys, we really need, I think the rest of this stream, so we do have the auth bug solved. I think the next part of the stream, hold on, let's cross off some of these goals. So 300 likes at cold plunge, we're done with that. We need to do this, and we need to do this, okay? So the BridgeSpace browser, we can test that. Let's test that real quick. That was one that we were working on a little bit earlier in the stream. Let's just briefly test this. So there is a little bit of a persistent bug here. So let's just open up this, open up one, yes, I trust. So we're gonna do Command Shift B. So we open up a browser and let's do bridgemine.ai. And then we should be able to just kind of like drag and drop. But do you guys see, it's still not working. That's so frustrating. So do you guys see how it resets? Let's see if GPT 5.4 High is able to fix this. Sometimes I just have better luck with GPT models on different tasks. Look at the issue that I have when dragging and dropping browser panes with terminal panes. As you can see, once I dragged and dropped, it cleared the state of the URL that I was on. Why did this happen? I need you to do an in-depth review with 2 sub-agents and help me fix this issue. And guys, one thing I will say, like with this outage from Claude today and you know whatever's going on with Anthropic today, this is why you have multiple plans, because now I'm just going to be using GPT models like for the rest of the day. It's not that big of a deal. I think that in general, Claude is obviously the better option. But hey, if there's an issue, hey, we'll just switch back over to Codex and we'll use Codex for a bit, you know? Okay, Super Combo, I'll check it out. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's go. What model am I using? I'm using GPT 5.4 right now because Claude is currently down. All right, so let's launch another Codex agent. Clear. All right, Codex. I'm gonna make a quick tweet. All right. That one will perform well. What do I think of Cursor? I mean, I have $15,000 in Cursor credits. I use it from time to time. I think that it has a really nice UI. I think it's expensive. But yeah, I'm using GPT 5.4 high right now. I don't typically use Codex, but because Claude Code is having all these issues, I think it's good that we switch over. GPT 5.4 high. I found a concrete bug. We did test it. Yeah, we did test it. So the issue here is just the browser. Let's, for example, if I go to bridgemine.ai and if I just swap these here, it's gonna, like, even as soon as I grab it, it clears the state. Look at this. So bridgemine.ai, as soon as I grab it, I mean, you can see bridgemine.ai right there, but it's not, it doesn't carry over. So yeah, HSH said, to be fair, I noticed I hit my Claude Code limit really quickly today. Yep, I did too. I think everybody's having these issues. I don't know. You know what's frustrating is they didn't tell us. Like, obviously, there's something going on that everybody is noticing that is fair, right? That, like, there's something going on. But they didn't really tell anybody, right? So I don't really like that. So somebody said, what are you building? So literally what you're looking at is what we're building. So this is an agentic development environment called BridgeSpace. I wonder if swarms still have that issue. So let's do control. Let's actually check this out, chat. So if we record here, we'll be able to kind of just track. So let's do this. Let's do a squad of 5 agents, and let's just do a test swarm, right? Hello there. Talk about the United States. Oh. All right, so this is what I'm interested in seeing here. Joe Mason asks, is the OAuth issue 100% fixed? So the OAuth, what I ended up doing is I extended the TTL so that it's going to solve the issue in the short term. We don't have a long-term fix implemented, but we do have a short-term fix implemented where you're not going to get unauthenticated after an hour. Yeah, there are big issues with this. Chat. It literally knows. It's like a coding swarm is not the right tool for this. Happy to discuss the US directly if you'd like, but there's nothing for a reviewer to act on here. Dang, these swarms are smart. There's that beep. There's the beep that everybody hates. Alright, so yeah, they're not even gonna run because the performance though does, I mean, locally it does feel good. But obviously local is a lot different than production. Let's stop these. What's the name of this multiple agent software manager? It's BridgeSpace. This is the product that we've built. Okay. So let's take a look at, let's go over here. Okay. And we're going to go look at, let's cd into BridgeBench. So here's BridgeBench. Here's the new UI of BridgeBench. I think that we're gonna have to improve the UI like immediately. and get this shipped out immediately, because I did start a new X account. I'm just going to show this to you guys real quick here. So the BridgeBench is like super useful for marketing, okay? So if I go over to BridgeMind, you know, Elon Musk reposted BridgeBench. It's performed very well in general. And, you know, what we're going to want to do here is we're going to want to make sure that we actually get this up and deployed today so that we can start posting screenshots of BridgeBench again, okay? So if I go here, I've made one post, basically that BridgeBench is coming soon. And we're gonna have to start to focus in on this and actually get some stuff shipped out here. So my goal is that BridgeBench V2 is gonna be a little bit more in-depth, and it's going to connect with each of the providers directly instead of through OpenRouter. I think that connecting through OpenRouter actually introduced like some issues where, for example, we were testing it through the OpenRouter connection instead of going direct to provider. So one thing that I hope to do with BridgeBench V2 is actually connect directly to the provider so that we're connecting to the provider instead of going through OpenRouter, okay? So it's very easy to connect to OpenRouter and get in and to do the benchmarks, but you don't get the actual direct integration. Like if I go to OpenRouter here, let's just go to OpenRouter and let's go here. And if we just go to, for example, let's just go to OpenAI GPT 5.4. I mean, like, okay, so Azure is 26 tokens per second, and then OpenAI is 44 tokens per second, right? And I think that in order to rank the models, it's probably the most fair to integrate directly with the model provider instead of going through like this one, Amazon Bedrock 34, Google Vertex 38, Azure 30, Anthropic 26, right? Which is so bad. Sonnet, what's Sonnet? How's Sonnet doing? So 26 versus 37, wow. Anthropic is just struggling today in general, across the board. Doesn't OpenRouter take a fee per token too? Yeah. WDN said, are you doing testing on your laptop too? I worry that the studio hardware is more hardware than most people have. Yeah, so I do testing on the my MacBook with BridgeSpace. It works really well on my MacBook. The issue that we had earlier, though, I don't know if you were around, WDN, was I was like using the Swarm. In the Swarm, the performance was absolutely crazy bad. Thank you, Zenzoth. I'm glad that you liked the trailer. So we're definitely going to want to take a look at that. I'm pretty sure that's pretty much already built out. Like, let's test this real quick because we want to connect. Let's just drop in BridgeBench here. Are we properly connected with the Anthropic API, the OpenAI API, the Google API? What API connections do we have so that we can connect directly from the model provider instead of OpenRouter? Give me a concise summary. Review and then give me a concise summary. Okay, so let's just see where we're at with this. And I think it's fair to say, hey, for marketing purposes, we probably need to get BridgeBench like, you know, hey, right now we're in a little bit of a model drought, right? We haven't received any new models in 50 days. That is insane. 50 days, we haven't received any new frontier models. I feel like it was so crazy, like November to December to January to February. It was a crazy time. But ever since we got the last releases, things have slowed down quite a bit. So that's okay. It's just that now we want to put that. It's actually kind of a good thing because now we can position ourselves where, hey, let's get these direct integrations. So I'm going to have to go through and just make sure that I have this set up. I probably will be open sourcing BridgeBench so that people can see how it's built and how it's built out. I mean, I think that's, maybe we won't, I don't know. That's still up for debate, but. How much ARR? We're at 54,000 ARR. No, the ARR is just revenue. That's annual recurring revenue. But at this point, the business is profitable. Okay, you are not currently connected directly to Anthropic, OpenAI, or Google APIs in BridgeBench. The code supports direct connections in V2, but the only configured live correct connection right now is OpenRouter. Okay, OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, XAI, Minimax, and Zipu, whatever it is, Zipu. So this is going to be a focus here. Okay, I now want to begin working on the BridgeBench V2 direct integrations. I am going to get all of my API keys for these providers, but I need you to launch sub-agents, evaluate where we're at with the actual implementation of this, and to begin the build out of actually getting these direct provider supports connected correctly. OG Tessie, how's it going? Welcome. Okay, hold on, chat. I'm doing something. Oh. All right, sorry about that, guys. I was just solving an issue on my end. Okay. Okay. One piece of advice that I can give all young people is that you should use the time you have when you are in a family. You will not have the time anymore to do cool stuff. That's interesting. Am I using a framework like BMAT or GSD? No, I think that those are a little bit overhyped. I want to ask, after you try all, if I don't know, see what you're saying. All right, chat. Ooh. Fumadocs, yeah, Fumadocs, F-U-M-A-D-O-C, or yeah, D-O-C-S, Fumadocs is very useful. Okay, are we good here? What is the command? Okay. Okay, wait. Bridge, Legion, npm run dev, bun install. How is bun not found? Yo, boy, how's it going? What's up? Yeah. I mean, I think that what Mike's saying in the chat is, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, for example, if you compare the responsibilities that I have as a non-married, I'm not married, I don't have kids, I live alone, you know, think about the amount of responsibilities that I have right now in my life, right? Once you get married, once you have kids, the responsibilities go up a lot, right? So it may be hard to have the perspective, like, think about, I don't have the perspective of what it's like to have the responsibility of being married or having the responsibility of having kids, but I bet that the responsibility and the free time that you have would go down a lot, right? Okay, so I do want to get this running, and then, I mean, I do like the UI. What do you guys think about is, W Dan said, as a married guy, I'll +1 the go do fun stuff or take more risks before then. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what I'm coding is literally what you're looking at. Okay, let's see if Codex was able to solve that swapping issue that we were having, right? Let's close out of this swarm. And literally the issue that we were having here is if I launch a terminal, let's just do a test terminal here, one Claude, let's split it, let's do a browser, right? So we can launch a browser here, bridgemine.ai. and then swapping. Wow, Codex. Okay, this is actually +1 Codex, guys. You guys saw, I gave Claude that same prompt, and it wasn't able to solve it. And we finally fixed it. Look at this, it finally does. I'm able to swap and it remains state. I mean, how many times did I drop that into Claude and it didn't get it, right? What do I think about vibe coding in regards of really identifying a pain in the market that companies or people want to pay for and has future potential? I mean, that's not really vibe coding related. That's more so strategy related, right? Okay, great work. You fixed my issue, but now let's improve performance. When I do the swap, there is just a split second after I drag and drop where the browser has to reload. Would you make it so that the browser has immediate loading and doesn't have to reload like that when I drag and drop? What technology do you use now when you switch from Electron, Tari? Yeah, the performance improvement was like pretty significant there once I did switch over. Okay. Which ones do we now have support for? All right, BridgeBench now supports these direct providers in the code, so OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, XAI, Minimax, and Zippo. So let's get keys for all of these. So OpenAI API key. Man, Codex, I'm actually pretty impressed by Codex here. Let's open this up. Let's switch it all to Codex. I need you to do an in-depth review of the API, and then I need you to review the front end and help me wire up the new front end with the onboarding process, respectively. Hold on. All right, so I'm gonna have to get all of these API keys. The first one is gonna be OpenAI. So if you guys are wondering what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get BridgeBench up and running here, and like I said, we're putting a little bit more effort into the release of BridgeBench V2. So we have BridgeBench V2 kind of like structured a little bit. I will say I am impressed by what I just saw from Codex. Claude's been having a lot of issues today, and I did just have Codex one-shot something that, do you guys see this here? This little drag and drop? Just reloaded this. The dragging and dropping is now working correctly. It wasn't before. Great work. Would you now help me improve the styling of the browser panes to make it so that dragging and dropping is a little bit easier? Right now, the header of the browser isn't great because there's nowhere for me to easily be able to grab to drag and drop, review, and update the UI to improve it there for the browser tab. Oh, just clicked in the wrong one. Okay, so I'm going to go over to BridgeBench here, and I'm now going to drop in the OpenAI API key, and we're going to see if we can actually use this. All right, BridgeBench.env. So let's now add this OpenAI key in here. Okay, so I just added the OpenAI API key. Would you now test the GPT 5.4 model using the direct OpenAI integration via the V2? Is this gonna work? I don't. Do I have any money in my account? Usage. Let's see if this works. You're using GBT since when? I'm using it right now because Claude actually, so Tessie is right. So first of all, I couldn't solve that issue. But second of all, Claude has been like down pretty much all day today. It's been really having issues. Okay, so I do need to add, it gave me a 429, so I do need to add some money to this. So let me go to add some money here. WDN said, for me, things like how late I stay up, travel, etc. is just a different set of decisions with a partner versus when I was single. More logistics, more opinions, etc. Hobbies can remain, it's just different. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I don't have that perspective since I'm not married yet. You know, but I will say, like, you know, obviously those things do change. And, you know, you do need to make the most of it before you do have a bunch of responsibilities in life, you know? I am not going to enable auto Arc AGI 3 is out. Super combo, is that a that's a benchmark, correct? Okay. Let's see. All right, I've got $10 now. Okay, I just added credits to my account. Now try again, run it through the speed test via the OpenAI integration. Make sure that you don't reveal any environment variables. So what I'm trying to do right now is, like, we're getting BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice stable. There's a lot for us to do. But one thing for marketing purposes that we do need to do, I mean, Elon Musk literally did repost BridgeBench. So I think that this is a fantastic opportunity for us to do for marketing. So yes, do all 5 prompt tiers. So it looks like this is working. So let's hook up. So we're gonna hook up direct. So the BridgeBench V1, first of all, it only had like 130 tasks. There was a creative HTML, and that was pretty much it, right? And it used OpenRouter to be able to do all these tests. But what we're doing now with BridgeBench V2 is it's integrating directly with the model provider. So instead of going through OpenRouter where errors can get introduced and maybe we don't give each model a fair shake, we're now going directly to the provider to test their model directly from them, right? And I think that that is better. I also think that adding in more specific benchmarks, like instead of having this 130 task benchmark that all fires at the same time and then it gives it an overall score, I would rather break it down into like literal categories where it's security, UI, speed, and there's going to be a bunch of other ones that we're going to, look at and introduce. But I think to move forward, this is a phenomenal marketing opportunity for us. So this is important that we build this out. I think that we can build the best vibe coding benchmark for AI models that exist. So you guys are seeing me build this out. Will I add token usage? Yes. So you can see that it now, so for example, the average token per second that I'm actually getting out of GPT 5.4 directly from OpenAI is 60.5 tokens per second. Let's take another look at the speed test and come up with a better way to test the speed. I like the tier here, but I think that our approach can be better. I want you to think in depth and to brainstorm an even better way to be able to benchmark model speeds. Review our existing implementation and then come up with an even better way to do this. First of all, I love OG Testy. He's got a good mindset. Hey, chill out in the chat, dude. Don't be rude to people. Look, I think that. Okay. Okay, bun run dev. Is this not gonna work? Yeah, I saw something about that. Yeah. Okay, let's test this browser too that Codex just worked on. So the browser here. So now you can drag, and it literally says drag. Drag, drop. That's cool. Great work. The debug tools do not work. Do an in-depth review of this and get them working properly. All right, guys, we are 7 likes away. We're gonna do a. I'm gonna make a smoothie. I'm me see. I think I should have my. I just want to make sure that my cam is. Let me check this out real quick. 1 second, chat. Whoa. All right, let me see if I can add this video capture. Oh, chat. I don't see. I know what to do. We'll be good. No, let's not update to V3. Let's just update V2 to take this approach. No, that's making it way too complicated. No, for V2, we literally just want to be able to output a tokens per second. What am I using? Am I using cloud or am I using local? Okay. Tokens per second, but I do want to improve our existing implementation so that it more accurately reflects the real tokens per second of the model. Review our existing implementation and then improve our existing implementation in the V2 benchmark. Yeah, bridge smoothie, let's go. All right, looks like it's time. All right, let's do it. All right, 1 second here. I want to see if I can do this. There we go. Okay. Alright, I'm pretty sure I just need to do a browser here. Okay. Do you guys hear me? Jack, can you guys hear me?
right, let's go make this me. Strawberries. Banana. I'm gonna do some toast too. Whole wheat. This stuff is crazy. Amazing grass. Oikos yogurt. Super healthy. Protein powder. Peanut butter.
we're
All
back.
right, we're back.
Okay. We are back. We are back. Where's the ice cream? All right. This is the. We got to get the taste test here real quick. Taste test. Oh yeah, that's where's Titan? Yeah, I'm not watching Titan. Titan is technically not my dog. He is my dog from like growing up. So whenever my family's out of town, I watch him. Okay. Okay, run GPT 5.4 through this new update and give me the results. The secret ingredient? What are you talking about? All right, let's see here. Okay, so we are going to be working on BridgeBench.ai. So we're working on BridgeBench.ai, okay? So right now, it's literally just like a UI website. So if you guys go to BridgeBench.ai, you guys can see the... you guys can see this. Quick question. We're going to do a poll in the chat. What coding agent are you using? So the options are going to be Claude, Claude Code, Codex, Cursor, Copilot, or no, not Copilot, Gemini. Okay, let's do this poll. I want to see what everybody in the community is using right now. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so 68% Claude. Yeah. All right, so what I don't understand is that on OpenRouter, it says that the speed of this model is about 44 tokens per second. So I don't know what we're doing wrong that's making the tokens per second so high. Yeah, there's got to be something that we're doing wrong here. Biological intelligence, that's funny. I'm using Codex right now because Claude, I hit my limit like really fast today. I hit it so fast. That's actually kind of surprising to me. More people use Codex than I thought. 24% Codex, 25% Codex. That's more than I thought. What is wall clock TPS? How does that differ? What is wall clock? What is wall clock? So it's saying that, what is wall clock tokens per second? Okay. Gotcha. So it includes the network round trip. Oh, okay, gotcha. Whereas the tokens per second is just when the... Okay, what do you guys think is a better... Probably the round trip, right? What do you think is a better representation? What should we use for the benchmark? Maybe we could use both, you know? Maybe that would be a way that we could, like, really show model speeds, right? Like, maybe you have a provider that's really fast, but maybe the underlying model, you know what I mean? Like... Yeah, they definitely scam you with a $20 plan. Somebody said that Claude Code is addicting. Okay, let's now focus. Let's kind of shift gears here. Let's get an Anthropic API key now. Anthropic API key. Let me get an Anthropic API key so that we can, because what we're doing right now, we're working on BridgeBench.ai. So BridgeBench is it's really good. Elon Musk reposted it, and we're gonna relaunch it. It's like a huge marketing outlet. I mean, I'm not kidding. Probably one of the best things I've done for marketing since I started BridgeMind. Honestly, like, it's like just straight up free marketing, because whenever there's like, I can literally just not auto post, but I can create tons of content like on X, just by talking about how models are performing, right? So it's a great way to draw in a ton of traction and put BridgeMind pretty much at the center of the AI wave, right? Because people that are interested in how models are performing, they see, okay, you know, we have a benchmark. And I think that, yes, the initial premise that I did is I saw, okay, this could be a good strategy, and I whipped together a quick benchmark. And we were able to do a really good job with benchmarking the models, but I think that we can take it a step further and make it even better. One of the ways that we're doing that is, instead of just integrating directly with OpenRouter, we're now integrating with each of the providers themselves. So instead of like, well, that's the best way to do it, I think. So I'm gonna add, I already added, I grabbed an API, Anthropic API key, so I'm adding that now. Okay. Okay, I just added the Anthropic API key. I now want you to test this and put the Opus 4.6 model through the speed test. So let's see, like, even with this speed test, right? How does Opus 4.6 perform? Co-work is king. Wow, that's actually crazy. Only 3% of people are using Cursor. That's kind of surprising. X post. Guys, I literally put it on the board today. X is so important if you guys want to succeed with social media marketing. So important. Yeah, Cursor is expensive, yeah. Yeah, McNaveen, yeah, I did create a workspace software, yeah. Okay. Let's go over here. Okay, I do want to open up a new workspace, and now that I have that smoothie, I will say, you know that the green grass or whatever I put in there for the smoothie? It's like, it gives you so much energy because it basically has like a bunch of healthy stuff in it. Like it literally has strawberries, bananas, a bunch of like weird stuff. I mean, if you put that green powder, you're like a rabbit. That is the diet of a rabbit. It's like alfalfa grass, all this weird stuff that no normal human being would eat. But we eat it anyway. But basically putting it in the smoothie, like I can't even taste it, you know? So it's very nice. Okay, let's see if, I mean, Codex did do a really good job on, okay, now I actually can just launch this browser. Okay, this is actually kind of nice, guys. So I can launch the browser now inside of BridgeSpace. Does this load though? Does it load in dev? Hold on, let's open up dev and see if it works in dev. So Command Shift B, and then go to localhost 3010. Why is this just showing a white screen? Review and fix. Okay, so check this out. So aggregate for this run. So decoded tokens per second. And decoded means that it basically like takes out the time for the request to actually reach the server, for the server to then start outputting tokens, right? So honestly, I think that a really interesting thing that we could do even for this speed benchmark is we could include these different things, right? And it took Opus 4.6 took it literally took what 50 cents to be able to run it through this benchmark. Yeah, I would just wait for more on the applications because right now I've got a ton of applications and I'm working through them. Okay, so let's get one from. Hold on, one thing at a time. Guys, that doesn't make any sense. So did this one not? I gave this one a task, and. Okay, I still just see waitlist coming soon instead of like a get started button or something like that. Would you review this and help me figure out why this is the case? I don't know why that's the case. I'll show you guys this in a second. It's here. Like what I want to do is for View Creator, we're trying to build out View Creator V2, AI agents for creators. I need to take the marketing to the next level. I think that, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I really haven't been doing BridgeMind for that long. It's been 7 months. And I think that for me in Q2, what's really important is distribution. So for example, distribution on LinkedIn, distribution on X, distribution on Instagram, distribution on TikTok. There's all these sorts of things that I need to do to be able to improve distribution. And in order to improve distribution, I need to take clipping to the next level, and I need to improve the automated posting using View Creator. And I know what is good with View Creator now at this point. I know what needs to be done. We're stripping out all of the unneeded features, and we're really just focusing in on what's actually working. So that's going to be View Creator V2, but right now we're having to refactor quite a bit here. You know what's crazy is that GPT 5.4 literally is, in Opus 4.6, you have to give it a little bit of a... I mean, look at this. This is actually so revealing. GPT 5.4, 103 tokens per second. But like, with GPT... Quick question, on GPT 5.4, what model was used when running it through GPT 5.4? Because there are different levels of compute that can be used. Which one was used? that's just interesting because it's so much higher than Opus. Yeah, View Creator. Yeah, we just started working on View Creator again this week. That's actually really interesting. I mean, GPT 5.4, they did kind of solve that speed issue that they had. Yeah, View Creator would be suitable for a gamer streamer channel. I mean, I don't create any products that I don't use myself, okay? And I'll tell you why. Like, with View Creator, I'm less interested in, like, producing something that makes, like, a ton of revenue. I'm more interested in how can I create the best product that would be useful for me. And then revenue usually becomes as a byproduct of that, right? Now, there's a couple caveats to that. If you create a feature-heavy product that nobody can understand, then, you know, it's not going to go anywhere. But View Creator, like, that's the product that I built from day, like, 20 to day 110. But the problem was with View Creator, it was, like, super feature heavy. I mean, I think I can actually still pull it up right now because I do use it every single day. It generates 60,000 views for me every 24 hours. It's literally just booming. Let me pull this up here. App.viewcreator. I can still go to it. Oh no. It's actually not app, it's creator. I forgot. Okay, so I have to go to the back. So you cannot sign up for View Creator today. So look at this. So this is what we created. If you guys don't know about View Creator, I'm sure a lot of people are like, oh, View Creator. So look at this. This is View Creator, okay? I'm going to be honest with you guys. This is a complete dumpster fire, okay? View Creator is, there's one cutting edge feature, in my opinion, about View Creator. And it's the one that I use it most for. It's basically you create these profiles, right? So I create a profile and I connect my account to it. For example, you can see that BridgeMind is connected, right? And every time I create a YouTube video, I upload, so you can see like these ones haven't been posted yet. So it says, you can see there's tags up here that say posted, or some of them don't have that. That's because I literally use it. All these ones that don't have the posted tags on them are from my latest video for the computer use video. And I upload these to the content bank related to this profile. And then I have AI agents. It's this agent here, the BridgeMind agent here. It posts 6 times a day, 8:30, 10:30, 11:30, 5:30, 6:30, 8:30. And you can see that today so far, it ran at 8:30, 10:30, 11:30. If we just click into one of these, you can see that it posted it on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook, okay? And this is incredibly cutting edge and useful because what it does is it's able to take in whatever you're trying to post and it actually processes it using, I think it's Gemini 3 Flash. And it's able to transcribe the video or look at the image that you're posting, and then it's able to create keyword-filled captions based off of what you're posting, and it's able to post it to those platforms for you. So we are going to rebuild View Creator because what's needed is we're going to launch another product, but honestly, distribution at this point is one of the biggest limiting factors of BridgeMind. We need to have 10 YouTube channels. We need to have 20 TikToks. We need to have 20 Instagram accounts. We need to have 10 X accounts. We need to have 10 LinkedIn accounts. Like you see what I mean? We need distribution. And then once we have distribution, then once the next set of model releases come out and we have massive amounts of demand in the vibe coding space, then BridgeMind will be there to capitalize on that, and all of the BridgeMind suite of tools will go through the roof. So you guys can kind of see that I'm not really interested in like day-to-day revenue now. In my opinion, I think that 54,000 in ARR is like peanuts because I'm trying to get to 1 million, okay? And I think that people like, if people really understand, like, no, like I'm genuinely, this vibe coding an app until I make $1 million, I'm being serious. I'm going to make $1 million from BridgeMind. And BridgeMind is already a very valuable company just from its position in the space, right? And I think that that's what I want you guys to understand is like, no, like this is not like I'm genuinely trying to make $1 million. And we need to get to where the puck is going, which is the next set of model releases where there's going to be massive amounts of demand in the vibe coding space because the models are going to be so good that agentic coding is going to come do a complete takeover. Nobody's going to be coding manually, I think. So we need to get there. But that's View Creator for anybody that didn't know about it. But let's now set up Google as well. OG Tessie, let's go. Thank you, man. I mean, it's not even confidence. Like, I'm just genuinely being serious. Like, that's what I want people to understand. Like, I'm just like, I've seen a lot of people that they've gone to try and replicate what, like, for example, if a certain content type works, right? If a certain content category works, a lot of people will try and copy you, which is like obvious. That's just, if you ever create something that works, there's going to be competitors to whatever you're doing. That's just common practice, right? Like, for example, once BridgeMind started to take off, there was all sorts of people vibe coding until I become a trillionaire, vibe coding until I become a billionaire, vibe coding until I make 100,000, vibe coding until whatever, right? And what I see is that most of these people do just kind of quit. Or they give up after like 100 days because, oh, you didn't get rich. Then they give up. But like, I'm just here to say, like, I'm genuinely on this mission. I'm not really trying to become a content creator. I think that the platform and the community is a byproduct, and it's very important to the success of BridgeMind. And I do want to lead this community, and I want to be somebody that people can trust in the vibe coding space, and somebody that's not going to hype up models and be like a goofy content creator, but somebody that's actually like serious and passionate. That's why I get so upset with creators like Alex Finn, is because he's just like a hype machine, right? Like, he doesn't really a vibe coder. He doesn't really, he's I don't know what you guys think about it, but like, I can go to the guy's channel and it's all OpenClaw because OpenClaw is the thing to hype right now, right? And it'll change to something else, and that is what it is, right? And good for him for, you know, being able to capitalize on that, honestly. Okay, I now need to get my Google API key so that we can test the Gemini models. Where can I go to get a Google API key so that I can test this? All right, so we're gonna add Google as a provider to BridgeBench now. And the first thing that we're gonna do, and I think that we can get it shipped out today, we still have over an hour left on the stream, but these are really important. BridgeBench speed benchmark, I'm kind of prioritizing that. We do have this fixed now. The BridgeMind, I think that's fixed. Let's actually just double check this. It's number 6 here, BridgeSpace browser. We may not get to 250 push-ups today because my my webcam's broken anyway, but I also worked out this morning. Okay, so let's test if the browser's now working as intended. So let's just launch a test, and Command-Shift-B will launch a browser. Now the question is, can we launch localhost URLs in here? Localhost, let's do localhost 3010. And it's still just a white screen here. Is it because, I mean, I don't know why that is. Because I can't check this out. BridgeMind.ai. So BridgeMind.ai works, BridgeBench.ai. Yep, so BridgeBench works, BridgeMind.ai works, but then localhost doesn't work. I'm still having the issue. When I go to actual web URLs like BridgeMind.ai or BridgeBench.ai, it does work, but these localhost URLs do not work. Why is this happening? I'm still just getting that white screen. Why? Also, guys, if you guys are watching, you guys haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. I'm about to start another poll. Make sure you guys like if you haven't already. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing that I think a lot of people don't understand about me is that, like, I just am genuinely incredibly passionate about vibe coding. It completely changed my life. Completely changed my life because I would have probably just been like some like goofy finance bro. Oh, I have a story for you guys. So I was at the gym this morning and I actually saw some of my peers that I went to college with. Some of my peers that I went to college with, right? And they were working out in the morning as well. And you know, it's interesting when you're my age, there's a lot of competition, right? Like I don't do this. I don't like, I would say that I'm not really somebody to, like, nobody except the people that are close to me in my life, my girlfriend, my family, and then my best friend, Noah, who you guys have met. Nobody else outside this very close-knit circle of people that I trust knows that I do BridgeMind, right? Nobody. Because the truth of the matter is that unless you have people around you that like actually care about you or that you guys have a real relationship, they'll just get jealous and envious, or they'll, you know, when you talk to them, it's like just this weird competition. Like, for example, I had this roommate in college that I was like kind of friends with, but it was more like surface level. And for example, recently, he asked me to like go out to coffee with him, and I don't know what you guys think about this, but I literally was like, honestly, like, no. I'm just not really down to maintain like surface level relationships. There's just not, you don't have time for that when you're starting to get to like my age, because, oh, do I want to like maintain these weird surface level relationships where let's say it was a friend from college or something like that, where he literally is looking at me and talking to me and telling me the same things that he was saying as a 20-year-old. You only live once, and like, let's go get hammered at the bars. And I'm like, yeah, like, I just don't want to be around that energy. I don't want to be around people that are like doing degenerate activities at 23 years old, because the thing is, unless you get serious about life when you're like young, and young is a relative term, right? But you have to get serious about your life, because yeah, I saw people in the gym and they were like having to, shave and shower at the gym because they had to commute all the way down to downtown Indianapolis for work. And I'm like, how lucky am I that I basically get to just like be my own boss, if that makes sense, and set my own schedule and have freedom. And I think that that's like a huge reason to be able to do this stuff, is just for the freedom of it, right? To not have a boss, to be able to wake up and do what you want to do. Like, sometimes if I really am not feeling like streaming, I won't stream, and it's not the end of the world, because I just love vibe coding and I'll like vibe code, but maybe I won't stream, right? But the thing is, it's like, I just think that it really did remind me of why I'm doing all this, because I was like, all right, here's guys that are my age and they are slaves to their job. They have to they have to commute all the way downtown, and they have to shower and shave at this like dirty LA Fitness. And I'm like, yeah, that just is not super attractive to me, Super combo, it's going good. It's going pretty good. Okay, so I did set the Google API key. Okay, I just set my Google API key. Would you now test the Gemini 3.1 Pro preview model? I'm working on something, but I feel like sometimes I lose motivation at phases. Is this happening to you, and what's your advice? So that's a good question. So, like, motivation will go up and down. Why did I say Gemini 5.4 Pro? That's so annoying. Okay, it's gonna do 2.5 Pro. But motivation is gonna go up and down. Like, sometimes you're gonna wake up and you're gonna feel like, oh, I'm just ready to absolutely attack it today. And maybe other times you won't, right? But I think that what's more important than motivation is discipline. Like, hey, if you're just focused on being disciplined, if you focus on, hey, it doesn't matter how I feel, I'm just going to do the work, I'm going to put it in, Like, for example, hey, maybe there's some days where I don't feel like streaming, or maybe there's some days where I don't feel like going for a 5-mile run. But when you do it, that's how you prove who you are, because that's discipline, that's consistency, that's showing up when it's hard. So that's what's important. I think it's just a good reminder to do that every once in a while. Yeah, Blackwell said you have to be dedicated, not motivated. I think that's very well said. Okay, what happened? Search the docs and use an updated model and test this. All right, Mike, I'll see you. Alician, can you please fix the session issue on Windows? It is fixed. It's going to be every 6 hours. I did fix the TTL. I'm working on that one, but it's really persistent. It's just a weird refresh bug. Persistent. Maybe one of the more persistent bugs that I've ever had, to be honest. Okay, so now this is Google. I'm going to start to work on Minimax now. All right, Minimax API key. Let's grab an API key from Minimax here. Also, guys, I will say I'm planning on doing like some giveaways here soon. Like I said, you know, at some point, you know, BridgeMind is getting to the level where the sponsorship deals that are on the table are getting like very large, and I would like to start to do like some sort of like giveaways. And like I said, you know, if I ever do take sponsors, that is my plan, is that, hey, if I take sponsors, it's for the sole purpose of basically being able to give back to the community and give you guys opportunities. So, for example, like the sponsorship deals on the table now are like for one video, $5,000, right? To do a video for like X company, to just like do my normal thing and like give it a review, right? $5,000. So, you know, I get about 10 emails a day from people that are trying to sponsor BridgeMind. And there are some that are on the table where I'm like, I mean, literally I would make the video anyway, right? And I'll get paid $5,000 for it now, right? So I think that I'll probably, if I do take sponsors, it'll only be for stuff that like I would have done videos for anyway, or I know will be good to test out anyway. And then I'm also looking to do it to be able to sponsor, for example, a paid Discord mod team, paid moderators on maybe Twitch or YouTube, as well as start to do more like vibe-a-thons, giveaways, and other things, because you know, that's a way to give back to the community, make the community better. But I will say, like, that's just to be transparent with you guys, because yeah, I don't want to become a content creator, but the thing is that at the point that we're at now, those are the offers that are on the table. These companies are like, we want you to do a review on this model and we'll give you 5 racks. And I'm like, well, I would probably have reviewed your model anyway. You know, and I can give back to the community if I'm able to do that. So I don't know, it's starting to look like probably smart to do that. I don't know what you guys think about that, but did you start from scratch building all BridgeMind in public since day one till now? Yeah. If you will do it anyway, then just take it. How will vibe coding look in 12 months from now? What is the API key for Minimax? What is the name of the API key? Tell them for 10K? I don't know. I don't know if that's how it works, but all right. So Minimax API key. So here it is. I do have the Minimax one. So guys, we've actually made a lot of progress on this because I think that before the end of the stream, what I do want to do is I want to get this this speed benchmark deployed. I think that's a really good step that we can take. Did this run? Okay, it did. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now I think we're the only one we're still missing is Zipu. All right, and it's Z API. Okay. API keys. Okay, let me log in. Did I try the team agent in Claude Code? Yeah, I have. Did I run out of Claude tokens? I did. Yeah, I hit my 5-hour limit like super fast. Yeah, I ran out after, same thing as Jess Suzer. I ran out after 1 hour today. It was insane. All right, honestly, that actually wasn't as hard as I thought it would be to get all of the API keys and connect to the providers. I just had... I'm literally just connecting my last provider. Now, what about XAI? What's the name of that key? So we're down to our last provider key, and then we'll be able to run all these through. So there's going to be, I think this is going to be a really good speed benchmark because it won't be just like from, okay, for BridgeSpace the EMV, we can also support the LES. Okay, we'll just do the GLM API key. That's fine. Okay, GLM. Okay, here you go. I now have set all of these environment variables. Would you now help me test each of these and make sure that we can run the speed test with each of these Frontier labs? First, search the internet to find the correct Frontier model to test from each API and then properly test them. Do not look in my environment variables file or reveal any of my API keys in doing this. Do you have any suggestions for an automation system that allows posting on multiple Instagram accounts simultaneously? Would you consider adding this to ViewCreator? So yeah, so ViewCreator does do that. You know, I post from ViewCreator to Instagram. It's very, very simple. Okay, great work, but make sure that the Get Started actually links to a page that's in the website for signing up. Right now it links to the wrong page. Create this page for sign up and make sure that there is a roots.ts file. Create a roots.ts file that will hold the hard-coded roots. Okay. So guys, just from like a technical perspective, having like a roots, I want to show you guys something interesting that's just from a technical perspective that I really like to do. So check this out. So I'm gonna go to let's go to BridgeMine GUI and I'll show this to you guys. So this is a really good way to, like in a Next.js project or any project. So if you guys check this out, so this is a roots.ts file, and this is a really good way to be able to manage all of the URLs and all of the pages in your project, because you just import this singular constants file. So instead of like, let's say instead of, you know, hard coding this, you just set it here. And this is a really good approach. I've been using this approach for years. It was taught to me by a senior engineer in my last startup. And it's really, really helpful. All right, I think it's the first time we've looked at code. Just kidding. do the ones for Minimax and GLM as well. So when do I think View Creator will be available? It just depends on like how fast we're able to get it because we basically need to do a massive refactor. So I know exactly what I want to accomplish. I think that the feature set that we're trying to build with isn't super complicated, but it probably will take a little bit of time to like get it deployed into production, if that makes sense. So View Creator is available now. It's just that I don't want other people using it. I only want to use it for myself right now. So I would say maybe 2 weeks, maybe end of April, but I don't want to get so sidetracked with like working on View Creator that we end up losing out on other things. LS said, yo man, love the Claude PC video. Thank you, man, I appreciate that. Yeah. Why not work on token efficiency? I'm working on my OpenClaw using auto research to improve tool calling for precision and less tokens. I'm sure there's a lot that you can do there. Probably, yeah. But like, what would you even do? Like build a tool for token improvements or what? Oh, we need to, okay. Okay, I just need to add tokens to my GLM account here. Hold on. Billing, they want my money. All right, let me go get my credit card there. They need my money, chat. They need my money. I'll be right back. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. It's super helpful. Thank you. All right, guys. I am ready to give Z.AI my money. I have a quick question for the chat. Thank you, Chad. That's funny. Okay, let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna enter my codes and stuff here. All right, my credit card. I'm gonna give a free credit card giveaway in 10 minutes. Not being serious. Sorry, chat. Okay. So Z.AI officially has my money. How much do they need? $10? They're like, get auto top up. Yeah, nah, I'm good. All right, so just added $10 there. I just added money to my Z.ai account. Run that one through the test now. All right, let's see if this works now. Yeah, I'm buying Z.ai, yeah. Orin Dev, what's up, man? How's it going? Guys, I'm looking for more moderators for the YouTube chat. Would anybody that's, you know, been around for a while, would they be interested in being a moderator here? If you guys would be interested, just let me know. Just to have more people that are, you know, engaged in the chat and people that are moderators in the chat. I'll recognize you usually. But if you've been around, let me know. Just ping the chat. Auto wallet drainer, yeah. Do I need to connect OpenAI keys to use ChatGPT and BridgeSpace? Or can I connect my ChatGPT account? You literally bring your own subscription. GPT 5.4 is the best right now. Jamie and Macro Cognition. I'm sorry, I do not recognize you guys. Do we have watch time in the YouTube chat? What's the salary? The Mumbleflow guy. Oh, I'm gonna make ultimate, yeah. Ultimate shots. DJ Vision, I'm gonna make you a mod. And the one thing about moderators, if it's a zero drama policy, if there's any drama in any way, shape, or form, anybody that's involved is gonna get to lose the role. That's like kind of the biggest thing. And if there's any drama whatsoever, immediate removal is really the... So DJ Vision has not caused any drama. Thank you. Yeah. And I am gonna kind of like restructure the Discord moderator thing. I did remove like 10 roles. Bridge Mod was included. Vibe Squad. There's a bunch of roles that I removed. There was a little bit of drama, so I was just like, I might as well just remove the roles. Like, if we can't do roles right, guys, we're just gonna remove them. Like it's a Discord role or a YouTube role. Like if you guys want to have roles, it's, I don't know how I feel about it. It's just when there's like drama. I don't like if we can't do roles without drama, then we're just gonna have to remove the roles. Like that's. Okay, ultimate shots. Thank you. You've been helpful. I'll add you as a moderator. What is BridgeBench? BridgeBench is a vibe coding benchmark. All right. Oh my gosh, look at the decode tokens per second here. GGZ, I feel like I've seen you around, but we need more mods. I want to do more mods. Okay. Okay, I think the only one, wait, did the Google one run? Do we run the Google one? NYX said, I'm always here lurking in the shadows. Who watches the stream but never chats? That's my question. Who is watching right now that watches the stream but never engages in the chat? Because guys, one thing is, like, if we want the community, like, I'll just say this, if we want the community to be healthier, more people need to engage. Like, I will just say that, like, I want more engagement. You guys can see, like, I'm trying to figure out, hey, how do we get more engagement in the community so that people can build relationships inside the community? But the problem is that the community can't become like a drama-filled mess, right? And like, that's the important piece. It's like, I want to introduce rules, I want to introduce moderators, but I've done this now for long enough to know that there always seems to be things that happen that will cause drama, and it's like, I'm anti-drama because I don't have time to deal with any of it. So EIN said me. MRA said always watching but don't watch much. Mute said I can mod on any platform. Volcan said I have it on when I'm grinding, to be honest. Kit Kat said I watch almost every stream as my radio. That's awesome. Oh, macro recognition. What is the monthly cost of the APIs you use in BridgeSpace? Not much. All right, Google ran successfully. So I think the only one we're missing now is Minimax, right? And I think I just have to add, in a balance, don't I? Oh, geez. Can you test Minimax now? I don't know why Minimax would be failing. I have $25 there. I'm telling you guys, when you do a benchmark like this, I mean, Elon Musk reposted this, right? So, oh, we're missing XAI. Speaking of which, we're missing XAI. Let's add XAI real quick. XAI API. You know what that actually means, though? It means that at some point or another, Elon Musk has watched the streams. He's been in here, chat. All right, let me get an API key here. API keys. Because yeah, I mean, I want to have a mod team. I want to make sure that the Discord and the YouTube chat and all these things that, like, hey, I want the community to be engaged. Like, for example, hey, when people are in the chat, right, and they're commenting and they're messaging, honestly, it's inspiring to me, because that lets me know, okay, like, people are engaged with what we're doing and they're engaged with the community, right? Like, when chat is silent, I'll be honest with you guys, like, it does get to me, because I'm obviously not doing my job right, you know? I am definitely a person, I think people that know me personally know that I'm, like, very hard on myself, and I do hold myself to a very high standard. So when things don't work out, when I don't have the results that I want, or I don't achieve my goals, it can be, like, a little bit hard, because I don't know if anybody else does this, but I just kind of, like, it really gets to me. I'm just being real, but you know, for example, if I have a stream where I'm not doing a good job of engaging with the chat or something, my name is Matthew. My name is Matthew. But just kind of something to notice. It's like I want the community to be a community, and I want to do that right. I'm not going to do it perfectly, obviously. My time is limited now at this level because of all the stuff that I have going on. It just feels like I wake up some days and I'm just, like, waking up and working until I go to bed, or, like, doing stuff, and I don't know if that's necessarily how it should be, but I'm giving it my all, guys. I really am. And I hope that you guys are too. All right, saying I don't understand why it's throwing a 401. I don't understand why this is throwing a 401. I did set this correctly. Tyler said his name is Tom, yeah. Mute the app said by engaging you, it's all things faster and they remind you what to do. 100%, yeah. Like, I'm just trying to figure out. Cinna said, what is the monthly cost of the APIs you use in BridgeSpace? The APIs in BridgeSpace, it's not expensive. Like, I spend $1,000 per month on AWS infrastructure, and I have 2 environments, right? So it would be less if I only had 1 environment, but I have 2. Okay, so a 401, so it means that the request is reaching Minimax, but the credential itself is not being accepted. So why is this credential not being accepted by Minimax? Didn't I just make this API key? I made it and I copied and pasted it. Who wants a free API key? I just copied my API key. I definitely want to be careful with this and what I do with it. Alright, I just pasted my API key into my environment variables file. Wait, where did I paste that? Where's my environment variable? Where did it go? I pasted it. I don't know where I pasted it on my computer though. I guess I'll just recopy it. I tried to paste it in my environment variables, but I don't know where it went. Where did that API key go? Oh well. Just recopy it. Okay, I definitely have it pasted in. I promise you, I pasted this incorrectly from Minimax. Wait, why is everybody spamming in the chat? Okay, so Minimax docs distinguish between regular platform secret keys, coding plan API keys. So it strongly requests that it does not accept the specific plan key that you gave it. So am I just... What am I doing wrong here? Oh, I think I see what I'm doing wrong. Okay, I think I copied the wrong key for Minimax here. Okay, I just updated it. Let's test it again. All right, super. I'm checking. Is the auth bug fixed? Yeah. I just adjusted the times alive. Okay, did it work? The retry still failed with the same Minimax response. Token plan. I think I'm just gonna have to buy a token plan here. Oh, here's my API key. Okay. Okay, try it again. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, still not working. Okay, I think I need to just renew my Minimax plan. Okay, I just renewed it. Okay, test it again. I just renewed my plan. Oh, it looks like it's working. What? How is this still not working? Okay, I have $24 in my account. Voucher. Billing. I have the $10 starter plan. Which API key do I create or copy? Will BridgeBind have task management? It already does with the BridgeBind MCP. Use the token plan key for this test. Token plan key. Okay, it wants me to use the token plan key. So let's try this. Okay, I just changed the environment variable. Now update accordingly. Test it. BridgeBind is available for Linux. I don't know how buggy it is, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know why I can't get your key. I'm so sure that I have set the correct API key. So the fact that this is not working, is there something that we're doing wrong? Is the endpoint incorrect, or what are we doing wrong in the code? Because the API key is set correctly. I mean, the API key I'm sure is set correctly. Okay, user JK said I've already reported some Linux bugs to the bug bounty, but it works for the most part. Okay, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Okay, apparently it's hitting the wrong base URL. Yes. Update accordingly, and then test again. Well, apparently it was just using the wrong endpoint. Okay. API.minimax.io from the chat. So I was using, yeah, I was using like a coding. So it was just using the wrong endpoint. So we'll see here in a second. Let's go. But it still returned to 401. All right, yeah, let's just drop in the entire docs here. Review the docs in complete depth and update our implementation accordingly. We should not be getting this 401. Yeah, I built it in this terminal, so it really should not be happening. Why does it have the OpenAI base URL? I don't understand this. Why is it setting the OpenAI base URL? While this is working, let's still grab the X API key and we'll get that one working. API console login. Buy some credits. Okay, take my money, $10. Here you go. All right, so we're gonna give $10 to that to Elon. All right, yes, pay $10. Take my money. I mean, the thing is that BridgeBench is like actually pretty expensive to run. Like if you guys remember when I tested the Grok multi-agent, it literally cost me over $100 to test that. But at the end of the day, the marketing, it is a very, very good marketing approach because BridgeMind as a brand is like deeply integrated and has very good brand credibility for vibe coding benchmarks. So for example, if you guys remember when we created that HTML and in V2, we're gonna recreate this and make it even better. But what I want to happen is I want BridgeMind to ride the wave of AI, right? And if you want to do that, you need to turn it into something where every time there's a new model release, you're involved in that wave. And I think that BridgeBench is a way for us to do that, where we create literally the best vibe coding benchmark on the market, where every time that there's a new model release, people on X, people on YouTube, people on Instagram, people on TikTok, people on LinkedIn, they will look to BridgeMind, to BridgeBench, and I think it's a good strategy. The V1 worked very well, and I think that now we need to take it to the next level. Okay, I guess I'm giving Grok more of my money. Okay, it's testing this. I'm running the full 5 tier, so it's running the Minimax M2.7. Oh, it's in flight. It looks like it was able to fix it, so passing in the entirety of the docs to Codex did work, it looks like. Wow, it worked. It worked, guys. So, we were getting those 401s. Shout out to Super Combo Gamer, because he was actually the one that recommended that. That did work. Bandfront, what's up, man? Bandfront, I'm gonna make you a mod as well. Guys, we need more mods. We need people that are gonna be able to help. Top 3 Chinese AI models. I think probably GLM at the top. DeepSeek, but they're way behind right now. So probably GLM, Minimax, and then I don't even know what the third one would be. I will get the $10 back when the $5 million deal goes through. Yeah, true. That is true. Okay, why are they making me buy more credits? API keys, okay. All right, create API key, restrict access. All right, so now the only one that's missing is the X API key. Okay. What is the name of the X API key environment variable? That is the last one that we need to hook up correctly. So this is good progress on BridgeBench. I'm happy with this because this is huge. We need to start posting. I think that when you become a reliable place that people can look to for model information and model news, that's what you want to become, because that then is what helps you get involved in the process, right? Involved in that wave. So we want to pursue that for sure. So this is a good move here. Okay. So here it is, XAI API key. Okay, I now have set this one. I now need you to run the X Grok 4.2 beta through this benchmark. Also, guys, if you guys are watching, haven't already joined the BridgeMine Discord community, make sure you do so. I'm about to drop in the Discord link. Oh, yeah. Mike said there's a Quen model with Opus reasonings available. Playlist link. Yeah, this is Bridge Music. Here's the link to the channel. At some point, we're probably going to make like a AI music app, but I don't think that the time is now. I think that the positioning, like, the way that I look at things is that we need to complete the BridgeMine suite of vibe coding tools, and it needs to be like very, very stable. And once it's stable, and once it is like has some really solid features and use cases, we can just use that. We'll use the entire BridgeMine suite of vibe coding tools, and we'll just start shipping stuff like crazy. That's always been kind of like a little bit of the goal. You need View Creator, you need the BridgeMine suite of vibe coding tools, you need a benchmark. Like I've got a couple things I'm juggling, but I think that it's the right things to do. Okay, what is this here? No, it's not that. Okay, where's the docs? I need you to review the documentation here and make sure that you're using the correct model endpoint for the X API. I have set the API key correctly. It's only a 404, probably not because I don't have access. It's the correct API key. It probably just is setting it to the wrong endpoint. Apparently Discord is down currently. I didn't know that. Today's been a great day for business too. 26 new customers. Not bad. Yesterday we had like 60, but yesterday I did release that like Legion 85. Legion 85. Okay, this looks like it's working. It succeeded. Let's go. Guys, let's go. All right, so we have literally all of these set up. We have 6 Frontier Labs set up now, where we're now testing directly from the model provider. So instead of going through OpenRouter, we're literally going directly through the provider, which is definitely the best practice here. This is great. This is great. Okay, so now what we need to do. Okay, I now need you to review our. Okay, let's actually. Okay, I now need you to create a README file that documents what we did. Do not include any sensitive information in this README, but just document this process and note that we now have all 6 of these correctly set up and integrated. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I am probably going to pass this off to Claude Code. Is Claude Code still tweaking, or is it back? Let's go over here. Where's my usage? Are we back? Oh my gosh, Claude. Claude's like, nah, you're not even going to get to see your usage. What the heck? That's crazy. All right, well, that is a win. So now, okay, now I need your suggestions for what to do and how to actually format and structure our results for the speed test. This is a very, very important speed benchmark, and we need to make sure that we're giving all models a fair shake and that our speed benchmark is usable and that we provide accurate representations of model speed. Review our existing implementation and brainstorm how we could improve the V2 implementation to make it even better so that we get an accurate representation and view of model speeds. Okay, so we're gonna improve this a little bit, and then we are going to ship out BridgeBench. So right now, if you go to bridgebench.ai, literally the only thing that you're gonna see is it says that BridgeBench is basically just like coming soon, right? But if we go to, I think it's localhost, what is it? I think it's localhost, I think it's 3005. Yeah, so it's 3005. So the speed bench is the first thing that we're gonna focus on. So it's wanting to do it by average wall clock. I don't like the logic of the wall clock tokens per second. We just need a better representation that will be perfectly accurate, and then to show it as tokens per second. It's very important that we give an accurate view of model speeds. So come up with a way to improve the test to make it a little bit more robust. And then at the end of the day, all we want to be able to show is tokens per second of the model. Also make sure that after we run the tests that it does output to a particular file so that we do have documentation of the test and what it produced. Okay. I don't think a trading view indicator is silly. No, I actually worked when I was on vacation for a bit, kind of deciding what I wanted to do next before I started BridgeMind, and I actually did build kind of like a Yahoo Finance type deal, and I used trading view for it. I don't think that like really, I think that if you're passionate about something, you should just build it, and you'll learn things from it, right? Whatever you end up doing, as long as you move forward, it'll be good, you know. So if you want to, no idea is silly. Just if you have passion, build it, learn something, and I think that will be good. I think that, hey, if you're passionate about trading, if you're passionate about you know, something associated with the stock market, then go build it, try to market it, and if it doesn't work, then hey, you learn something and you move on to the next thing. The only bad thing is if you never try. And I know that's like kind of cliche to say, but it really is like pretty true. Like, you'll learn stuff no matter what. So, all right, did we solve that localhost issue? It's loading. This browser is going to need a little bit more work for sure, but we made a ton of progress on BridgeBench speed benchmark. This is actually now done. We can cross these off. I'm probably going to focus on this and then this a little bit off stream I haven't been posting as much on X lately, but it's because, like, think about this. Once I do have BridgeBench in like a really good formatted way, I pretty much have unlimited content related to vibe coding because I can just constantly be screenshotting BridgeBench and referencing it and starting conversations on X. I think it's a fantastic way to market. I've learned from experience that is a fantastic way to market. So BridgeBench V2 is going to launch, and we'll have kind of like a UI thing. We'll have security. We'll have debugging. We'll have refactoring, but it'll be like a little bit more useful benchmarks. It'll be definitely a step up. Yeah, super combo, that's an interesting take on that. I think using TradingView is like pretty fun though. It would be a fun project to work on for sure. Also, guys, I am going to be live tomorrow at 10:30 a.m., same time that I was live today. We're going to continue to make forward progress. Some days will be better than others in terms of progress, but as long as we show up and keep on grinding, I think we'll be good. Okay, I now want you to run the frontier models from each company through the speed benchmark. Ooh, hit my own transcription limit. We need to improve those limits. Okay, I now want you to run each model that is the frontier model from each lab through the benchmark. For example, GLM5, Minimax M2.7, GPT 5.4, Opus 4.6, Sonnet 4.6, Grok 4.2, Beta, what other one? Gemini 3.1 Pro. All right. So here's yeah. So this is how this works now. This is what we changed during this stream, guys. Let's actually, I wanna expand this a little bit so everybody can watch it. So instead of going through OpenRouter where you're gonna basically, you don't know what API you're gonna be using, OpenRouter, it's a lot easier. But the thing is that if we want to create a reliable benchmark, we're gonna have to put in the extra effort. Man, it's GPT, of course. It's testing Claude Opus 4.1. I mean, it'll be a good test, but it just doesn't have the up-to-date information. Right now we're building a benchmark. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build the most comprehensive, useful vibe coding benchmark called BridgeBench. Elon Musk has seen this, and we're now going to take it to the next level by creating BridgeBench V2, but I am working on an agentic development environment, launching agent swarms, yes. But right now what we're working on is BridgeBench. Rick Audio asked, how does your benchmark work? So we connect directly to each model provider, And then we have a certain subset of tasks that are associated with different things. So for example, right now what we're building out is the speed benchmark. So this is running the speed bench. This was on the list for today. So we crossed that one off the list. Speed bench. Still running. You know what is interesting? That performance issue that we had, you guys see this? It was only related to swarms. So if you guys remember, we did launch an update to fix that performance issue. Okay, it's moving into the second Anthropic model now. All right, still waiting here. Do I ever feel like there's never enough time in a day? Yeah. Have I tried Kilo Code? I have not tried Kilo Code. I will check it out though. I'm using Codex and Claude, yes. Is vibe coding really a thing in 2026? 100%, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like there is enough time in a day. It is, the thing is, you're never going to accomplish, like, you can set goals, and you just need to make sure that you show up and make progress every day. And compounded over years, that'll add up to something. It's just that you have to make sure that you do have your expectations set correctly in terms of, okay, like, you know, if you expect that you're going to become a millionaire in, like, a couple months, you're probably not thinking correctly. But over years, I think you'll be shocked at what you could accomplish. Okay, why is this so slow? I mean, it's running, it ran legacy models here. I can run PS to view. What do I think is after vibe coding? Agentic coding. The Gato Meow said I am battling to draw the line on features lately. Yeah. Bandfront said I was watching that crazy 50 agent stream, and that sound I made when running literally sounded like an AI network talking to each other. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah, that was cool yesterday. Danny Boy said I worked for my first million over 10 years. Later is faster. 100%. 100%. For first million is the hardest. After that, it becomes a lot easier to make money. Oh my goodness, why is this taking so long? Okay, it's partway through X. All right, it's got a couple more to run. But I do want to see if this is able to work, because once we have this working, yes, I had a ton. Warning LA said people were saying usage is messed up on all plans on Claude. Did you have problems? Yeah. Literally, my Claude usage, I went through it in like an hour this morning. and it had a bunch of 529 issues. It had, I wasn't even able to check my usage, but I went through my usage in like an hour, and I'm on the $200 plan. I've never had that happen before, so they obviously are having issues today. So we've just been using Codex, but definitely Codex is not as good as Claude, I will tell you that much. Is this a different spot? No, I just rebuilt my office. Super Combo said, theoretically, we can already do agentic coding. It's just a type of vibe coding. Yeah. What is the reason behind using Codex and Claude based on your experience, and how are you doing that? So, you know, there's trade-offs. I would get both plans. If you have the money to get both plans, I would recommend getting both. For example, hey, Claude's been down today, so I'm using Codex, right? GPT models will hallucinate more. They're not as reliable. They're not as good at coding, but they do think very hard, and they do. You get more usage out of Codex, but with Claude, you have a tool that's just much more capable, in my opinion. Yeah. Warning LA said Codex has 2x usage right now. It's going to be bad when it's over. Probably, yeah, that's true. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. This is the last test. I'm just making sure that what we built here with BridgeBench, the speed test, that it's going to work. Yeah, GPT is definitely slower, yeah. All right, XAI is complete and Minimax is nearly complete. I'm still waiting for the last Minimax tier, and the final GLM run set to the session file is complete. So I'm interested to see what, on this test, which models are the fastest, because, like, for example, you know, to Danny's point, I don't know if you knew this, but technically, GPT models are actually faster than Opus models, which may be a little bit surprising. But if we go to OpenRouter, you guys will see that, like, literally GPT models are faster. It's just that whatever tooling or whatever harness or the thought process or the underlying architecture of those models, like, let's go to GPT 5.4, right? Look at this. GPT 5.4, tokens per second, OpenAI 46 tokens per second, right? You guys see this? 46 tokens per second, okay? Now, if we go to Opus, 30 tokens per second. You guys see this? So people are like, oh, GPT is slow. It is slow, but the actual tokens per second that come out of that model are faster than Opus. Just something to think. Just a thought. And I will say, I was using Codex today, and because Claude was down, I was using Codex, and yeah, I mean, it did good. It was a good model. I liked it. You know, it got a lot of stuff done for me today. But even though the model is faster, whatever the harness is in Codex, it's slower. If that makes sense. Like, it feels like the harness is slower, but the underlying model is actually faster. Okay, only the GLM 5 extra large tier remains. After the full frontier session will be complete and the session file will be finalized. Okay, so this is working and it's almost done. I think it just finished. Okay, it has the full results. Okay, the results. So check this out, guys. Let's zoom in here. Okay, so you get, I'll probably make an X post about this. Wait, where'd it go? Output the results in a table. Okay, so check this out. Grok 4.2, 225 tokens per second. GLM 5, 184 tokens per second. Gemini 2.5 Pro, 136 tokens per second. Minimax M2.7, 106 tokens per second. And this is the thing about GPT, it didn't even test like the frontier models, which is just so stupid. I saw that it did that, and I just wanted to test the underlying functionality of the speed benchmark. But this looks good. This looks like it is working as intended. There may be a couple of things that I need to tweak. Like for example, in terms of actually honing in, okay, like GPT 5.4 running at 86 tokens per second. Why is it 86 tokens per second, right? Because obviously in Open Router, it's like half that. So I do want to look at that. I want to look at like, hey, what actually is causing that? I think that relatively, it will be able to like show like, okay, it performed at this speed on BridgeBench. We're not going to get it perfect, but we will be able to give the relative view. And you guys are seeing that here. So this is working. I think that this is a good stopping point for today. We are past 5 hours on the stream. So let me cross this goal off. And some of the other goals I'm going to knock out after the stream. I'm going to go for a 5-mile run. Thank you guys for tuning in today. We made a lot of progress today on our auth bug, which is now fixed. We kind of implemented a workaround fix. We're going to kind of have to reapproach that at some point to make it better with a best practice fix. We did do a workaround for it. In the meantime, we got BridgeBench working. We connected to all 6 Frontier labs. We're going to add more providers probably in streams this coming week. I'll be live tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Thank you guys for tuning in today. I hope that you guys made progress while you guys were watching the stream and that you guys are moving forward just like we are here at BridgeMind. If you guys want to be a Discord moderator, make sure you join the Discord and, just be active in the Discord, be engaged, because I'm looking for people to come onto the team so that we can scale this community, because this is the home of the vibe coding movement. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the future.